Have you ever wondered why you can say all the right words and still nothing changes? Why you can pray with all your heart, but it feels like no one is listening? Why you repeat affirmations over and over, yet your life stays the same? Joseph Murphy told us again and again, the secret is not only the words you speak, but the feeling behind them, the vibration that flows through your voice and sinks deep into your subconscious mind. Because your subconscious mind is always listening. It does not sleep. It does not argue. It simply takes in the signal you give it and reproduces that signal in your life. Tonight, as you fall asleep, you will hear 3 of Joseph Murphy's most powerful lessons gathered together into one long journey of wisdom and rest. For the next 7 hours, let these teachings work on you gently, like waves washing the shore, calming you, renewing you, reprogramming you at the deepest level. The first teaching you'll hear is, this one sentence repairs the damage you can't see, because much of the pain we carry is hidden below the surface. It is not always in the body, where it can be touched or measured. It is in the mind, the memories, the patterns we cannot always see but still feel. Joseph Murphy will show you that one simple sentence, spoken with faith, can reach down into those invisible cracks and repair them, restoring harmony from the inside out. Next, you will move into Talk to Your DNA and Rewrite Your Future. Here you'll learn that nothing about you is fixed forever. Your body is not locked. Your future is not trapped. Even your DNA, the code of life itself, is listening. It responds to thought, to belief, to the steady repetition of truth. As you listen and as you sleep, you will begin to feel the deep truth that you are not a prisoner of the past. You are the author of your future, and the words you impress upon your subconscious tonight will become the seeds of tomorrow's life. Finally, you will hear command your cells to regenerate, the law of inner resurrection. This lesson reveals the astonishing truth that within you is a divine blueprint, a perfect pattern of health, strength, and vitality. Even when the body seems tired, even when years have passed, the blueprint remains untouched, waiting to be called forth again. Joseph Murphy will guide you to speak to your body, to command your cells, to awaken this pattern of renewal. As you drift in sleep, the vibration of these words will stir the hidden intelligence within you, the life force that knows how to heal, restore, and regenerate. So for the next 7 hours, you do not need to do anything but relax. You don't need to try. You don't need to analyze. Simply let go. Let your breathing slow. Let the voice carry you. Even if you fall asleep quickly, your subconscious mind will keep listening, absorbing every truth, every affirmation, every vibration of faith. Close your eyes now, sink into stillness, and allow Joseph Murphy's timeless wisdom to flow into you. Your voice activates miracles. Your mind is creative. And as you sleep tonight, a quiet transformation begins. Every light carries within it the story of invisible battles. Battles fought not in the open fields of circumstance, but in the hidden caverns of the heart and mind. There are scars that flesh cannot reveal, fractures that no X-ray will ever detect, wounds that no physician can chart upon a diagram, yet they bleed out into experience in ways undeniable. A man rises in the morning determined to succeed, yet some unseen hand seems to tug him backward, robbing him of courage. A woman pours her heart into relationships, yet finds herself again and again abandoned, misunderstood, or betrayed. Families work tirelessly to rise out of lack, yet the old pattern of poverty stalks them like a shadow, pressing against them with the same cold weight that pressed upon their parents and grandparents. These are the unseen wounds, the damage you can't see with the eye, but that you feel in every fiber of your being, the silent saboteurs of destiny that whisper, not enough, not worthy, not possible. The great tragedy is that most people never realize these wounds are there. They attribute their struggles to bad luck, to cruel fate, to the harshness of life itself. Yet Joseph Murphy proclaimed with unflinching clarity that life is not cruel and fate is not arbitrary. What we meet in the outer world is but the projection of what has been sown within the subconscious. The damage that sabotages our health, our finances, our joy, does not lie in the visible world, but in impressions etched deep within the inner mind. This is why you can attend endless lectures, read countless books, change jobs, change partners, change cities, and still find the same haunting patterns replaying themselves, because you have not touched the hidden wound, the unseen damage lodged in the silent workshop of the subconscious. Consider the house that seems sturdy, its walls freshly painted, its rooms arranged with order. Yet beneath the surface, its foundation is cracked. The visitor sees nothing amiss until, one day, the structure begins to shift, the walls groan, the floor sinks. Only then does the truth emerge. The damage was there all along, invisible to the eye, but decisive in its effect. So it is with the subconscious. Outwardly he may appear composed, but inwardly cracks have formed, cracks appear, of guilt, of inferiority, of resentment. And these hidden fractures express themselves in your world until the whole structure of your life trembles. And yet here is the good news, the gospel of the subconscious. The damage, though unseen, is not irreparable. For there is a deeper foundation beneath the cracks, an original pattern laid by divine intelligence, untouched by circumstance, indestructible in essence. Scripture affirms, man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. God does not see you as broken, but as whole. The subconscious, though it carries the scars of false suggestions, also carries within it the perfect blueprint of divine order. The unseen damage may shape your present, but it is not your destiny. There exists a word, a sentence, a decree that can reach into the hidden places, repair the cracks, and restore the structure of your life to harmony. It is this promise that we now unfold together. You need not remain bound by wounds you cannot name. You need not resign yourself to invisible sabotage. There is a sentence, simple yet profound, that repairs the damage you can't see. And as you learn to whisper it into the depths of your being, the cracks will close, the foundation will steady, and your life will stand firm upon the rock of divine order. The greatest mystery of human suffering is not that it exists, but that so often we cannot trace its origin. We feel the effects, a body sick without clear cause, a career that collapses despite talent and effort, relationships that unravel, though love seemed genuine. But when we search for the root, the mind comes up blank. This is because the subconscious, that vast silent chamber beneath the threshold of awareness, hides its treasures and its poisons alike. The conscious mind, with all its logic and reason, does not easily peer into that depth. It is as though we live in a house with many floors, but only the upper room has windows, while the basements remain in darkness. And in those basements, Long before we remember, impressions were planted, words spoken in childhood, fears inherited from family, traumas silently endured that became the soil of our unseen damage. We do not see the damage because repression and denial act like veils over the eyes of consciousness. A child who is told repeatedly, "You'll never amount to anything," cannot endure the pain of that phrase consciously, so the mind buries it. The teenager who fails and feels shame vows never to think of it again. Yet the image remains etched upon the subconscious, silently repeating itself through years of adult life. A woman who was once abandoned tells herself she has moved on, yet deep inside, the subconscious carries a wound that whispers, "You are not safe. You will be left again." The conscious mind tries to ignore it, but the subconscious does not forget it, reproduces in outer life the inner image impressed upon it, and so the wound remains unseen, yet its fruit is visible everywhere. Murphy compared these hidden impressions to roots beneath the soil. One may cut down the visible tree, but if the roots remain, they will sprout again. Likewise, you may change partners, change careers, move to new cities, try new habits, and yet if the unseen roots of fear, guilt, or resentment remain, the same results will spring forth. A poison root can only grow poison fruit, and until the root itself is healed, the fruit will return in season after season. The damage is unseen, because the root lies beneath consciousness, but its effects are written across the whole landscape of life. And herein lies the profound truth. Because we do not see the damage, we often blame the wrong causes. We blame people, circumstances, chance, even God. We imagine the world is against us, not realizing that our own inner world is quietly dictating the script. Yet God is not the author of our suffering, false suggestions are. The subconscious is not our enemy. It is a perfect servant, expressing only what it has received. It does not judge whether the impression is true or false, good or bad, healing or harmful. It simply accepts, and then it produces. Thus, if what has been planted is fear, fear is reproduced. If what has been planted is love, love is reproduced. Why do we not see this process? Because the subconscious works in silence. It does not announce, "I am now creating illness because of fear you received at age 6. It simply carries out its instructions, and the conscious mind, unaware, wonders why. The unseen damage therefore remains invisible until one learns the laws of mind. Once you understand these laws, however, the veil is lifted. You recognize that nothing happens by accident, that every effect has its cause in an unseen impression. And when you recognize this, you hold the key not only to diagnosing the hidden damage, but also to repairing it. For the subconscious, which once accepted false suggestions, can just as easily accept new ones, truths that heal, affirmations that restore, sentences that carry the vibration of divine order. The good news, then, is this. You need not forever be in the dark about the unseen wounds. Though you may never recall every moment of pain or every false phrase planted in your childhood, you do not need to. You only need to know the law, that what is impressed with faith will be expressed in life. One sentence, repeated with feeling, can replace years of false suggestion. One decree can uproot poisoned roots and plant seeds of divine truth. And though the damage is unseen, the repair will soon be visible for all to behold. At the heart of Joseph Murphy's teaching lies a law as certain as gravity, a law that governs the invisible architecture of your destiny, the law of cause and effect as it operates within the subconscious mind. Most people imagine that causes exist primarily in the outer world. Economic downturns, the actions of others, political changes, accidents of circumstance. They think of life as a storm-tossed ship at the mercy of waves it cannot control. But Murphy turned this assumption on its head, declaring with authority that the true cause of experience is not external but internal. What you see on the screen of life is nothing more than the projection of what has been impressed upon the film of the subconscious. The circumstances of today are the effects of yesterday's beliefs, and tomorrow will inevitably reveal what you impress upon your inner mind tonight. To understand this is to be liberated from the prison of victimhood. For if outer events were the true cause, you would be forever powerless, forever at the mercy of forces larger than yourself. But if the unseen impressions of the subconscious are the true cause, then repair becomes possible, even inevitable, through the deliberate planting of new impressions. Just as a gardener knows that weeds appear because of seeds once sown, so too you can recognize that discord appears because of suggestions once accepted. And just as the gardener can sow new seeds, nurture them, and transform the field into a harvest of beauty, so can you sow new words, new images, new affirmations, until the subconscious accepts them as its new command and reproduces them faithfully in the outer world. The philosophical frame is clear. Unseen assumptions dictate visible reality. If you assume subconsciously that you are unworthy, you will sabotage opportunities, repel love, and unconsciously steer yourself into failure. If you assume subconsciously that you are whole, supplied, guided, and beloved, then your life will unfold with evidence of wholeness, supply, guidance, and love. The subconscious does not argue, it simply carries out. It does not weigh or measure, it simply accepts. It is the soil into which every seed is cast, and the harvest depends entirely upon the nature of the seed. Be not deceived, wrote the Apostle Paul, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This is not punishment, it is principle. The law explains why unseen damage is so potent. For years, perhaps decades, impressions of fear, guilt, or lack have been sown into the subconscious. Each impression becomes a seed, and in time, life bears fruit that corresponds to it. You may not see the seed, but the fruit betrays its presence. Poverty, illness, failure, these are not random accidents, but the natural outgrowth of what was once planted in silence. And yet the law also explains why repair is so powerful. A new seed, sown with persistence and faith, will in time overtake the old. The subconscious cannot resist. It must obey the strongest impression. And when that impression is divine order, health, abundance, and peace, the effects will correspond in due season. This is the promise that undergirds the sentence we will soon reveal. The one sentence is not magical in itself. It is not a charm or incantation. Its power lies in the law it activates. The law that says, what is impressed with emotion must be expressed in condition. By repeating the sentence, you do not plead with God. You do not attempt to bend the universe to your will. You cooperate with the eternal law of cause and effect in the subconscious. You plant the seed, and the harvest is certain. Therefore, when you see the broken patterns in your life, do not despair, do not curse fate, nor blame others, nor resign yourself to suffering. Look instead to the hidden soil of your subconscious, and remember, what was once planted may be repaired. What was once impressed may be replaced. The cause is unseen, but so is the repair, and the effect of that repair will be as visible as sunlight at dawn. There was once a woman whose life seemed to be a perpetual cycle of effort followed by collapse, as though some unseen hand were sabotaging every step she took. She was intelligent, diligent, and even admired for her persistence. Yet whenever she secured a position in her work, something would go wrong. An unexpected downsizing, a conflict with a superior, or a sudden loss of confidence that caused her to underperform at the very moment she was needed most. Time and again, she would rebuild her resolve, update her resume, prepare herself with new skills, only to find herself repeating the same pattern. A promising beginning, a temporary ascent, then a sudden and inexplicable fall back into failure. Friends pitied her, and she pitied herself, murmuring that perhaps fate had cursed her, or that she was destined never to rise above struggle. Outwardly she smiled, but inwardly she carried a bitterness, a sense of futility, as if she were walking on a treadmill that kept her moving but never carried her forward. When she encountered Joseph Murphy's writings, she was startled by the diagnosis he offered. He wrote that failure, no less than success, is the result of subconscious patterns impressed long ago. He explained that the subconscious mind is like a faithful servant. It reproduces without judgment the commands it has been given, whether those commands are whispered by parents, taught by teachers, or absorbed through painful experiences. She thought back to her own childhood and realized that her father, though loving, had often said, "Our family has always struggled, and we always will. That's just life." She remembered her mother warning her not to hope too much, for disappointment will only hurt worse. These phrases, forgotten by the conscious mind, had been planted deep in the subconscious, where they sprouted silently into the pattern of failure she now endured. The recognition alone was liberating, but Murphy's counsel went further. He taught that the pattern could be repaired, not through sheer willpower, not through endless striving, but through the deliberate planting of a new sentence, a decree that would sink into the subconscious and overwrite the old command. He explained that the subconscious does not cling stubbornly to old wounds. It responds eagerly to new instructions, provided they are impressed with faith and repetition. This was the light she had been searching for, the hope that her treadmill could finally become a true path forward. Night after night she began whispering before sleep not lengthy prayers, filled with desperation, but a single sentence taught in Murphy's pages. "Divine order now restores me completely." She repeated it softly until the words melted into her drowsiness. At first, the conscious mind resisted, old doubts arose, memories of past failures mocked her, the voice of her father echoed in her ears. Yet she persisted, whispering with gentle authority, imagining that the words were drops of pure light sinking into the soil of her subconscious. She coupled the sentence with a vision, herself succeeding easily, smiling with confidence, holding a letter of promotion in her hands. She whispered, and then she released it into the silence, trusting the law of mind to do its unseen work. Weeks passed, and though there was no thunderclap, no instant miracle, something subtle began to change. She noticed herself approaching interviews with greater calm, radiating assurance instead of fear. When difficulties arose in her new position, she responded not with panic but with steadiness. Her employers sensed the change, and where before she had faltered, now she rose steadily. Within months, she was entrusted with responsibilities that once would have overwhelmed her. Within a year, she had achieved a stability she had never known. Looking back, she realized the cycle of failure had quietly dissolved. The unseen saboteur had been dismissed, the wound repaired, the pattern rewritten not by chance, but by law. Her story illustrates vividly what Murphy insisted upon. The damage you cannot see can be repaired by a sentence you can repeat. Failure does not have to be your destiny. For the subconscious, when impressed with divine order, must express stability, success, and wholeness. The treadmill becomes a true path, the cycle is broken, and the destiny of despair gives way to a future of fulfillment. Every great truth reveals itself first as a whisper in the soul, before it becomes a declaration on the lips. And in the teachings of Joseph Murphy, there is one principle that glimmers with almost startling simplicity. The subconscious, though it may hold years of false suggestions and unhealed wounds, can be redirected, healed, and restored through the consistent use of a single sentence. This truth shocks the modern mind, which is trained to believe that problems require complexity, that deep wounds require decades of analysis, that the greater the pain, the more elaborate the cure must be. Yet Murphy reminded us that the subconscious is not swayed by complexity, but by clarity. It does not respond to essays or arguments, it responds to the steady rhythm of simple, emotionally charged suggestion. And thus, the repair sentence becomes not a slogan, not a fleeting positive thought, but the distilled essence of divine law, compressed into words so simple that the subconscious, childlike in its obedience, cannot resist them. Think of the sacred pattern of Scripture itself. Creation did not arise from long explanations, but from simple decrees, let there be light. Christ did not heal with elaborate formulas, but with short commands. Be thou made whole. These sentences were not casual, they were divine fiats, spoken with authority, carrying within them the blueprint of fulfillment. So too, the repair sentence is not mere human wish-making. It is a spiritual command that impresses the subconscious with the original order of God. In its brevity lies its force. In its repetition lies its implantation. And in its simplicity lies its universality. For anyone can whisper it, regardless of education, background, or past. The emotional weight of this concept cannot be overstated. For countless souls, the burden of self-improvement has been unbearable. They are told to strive harder, to analyze endlessly, to wrestle with their past until they collapse under the weight of introspection. The repair sentence comes as liberation, a key that turns the locked door of healing with effortless grace. It says to the weary, you do not need to fight endlessly with what you cannot see. You need only plant a new seed, night after night, and the law of mind will repair the damage for you. This is why the very idea of one sentence electrifies the heart. It reduces mountains to a single step, storms to a single anchor, chaos to a single point of focus. Theologically, the repair sentence aligns the human will with divine order. It is not begging God to intervene, for God is already present, already willing, already infinite in supply. It is declaring in the language of faith that divine intelligence now restores what was distorted, reorders what was broken, repairs what was unseen. It acknowledges that behind all false impressions lies the untouched blueprint of wholeness, the image of God in which you were made. By speaking the sentence, you align your subconscious with that eternal pattern, and in time the alignment appears in the visible world. Therefore, as we move forward, we must hold this conviction. Words are not idle sounds, but living forces. And a single sentence, spoken with authority and persistence, can heal years of hidden wounds. It is not a slogan, not a superstition, not a charm, but a law as exact as gravity, as certain as the rising of the sun. And soon, that law will be clothed in words so simple that they may at first seem ordinary, yet their repetition will awaken extraordinary results. Prepare your mind and heart, then, for the unveiling of the repair sentence, for it is nothing less than the bridge between unseen damage and visible restoration. To grasp the true power of the repair sentence, one must understand its nature, for not every phrase has the capacity to penetrate the subconscious and plant itself as a living seed of transformation. Joseph Murphy emphasized with unwavering clarity that the subconscious is literal, impressionable, and obedient, and therefore the words chosen must carry the right qualities if they are to repair the hidden wounds of the soul. The sentence must be present tense, for the subconscious does not live in tomorrow, it knows only the eternal now. To whisper, "I will be healed," is to postpone healing to an indefinite future. But to whisper, "I am healed," impresses the truth as present reality, and the subconscious, having received the command, begins immediately to express it. The sentence must be affirmative, for the subconscious cannot process negations. If you say, "I am not sick," the subconscious hears only sick and reproduces the very condition you wish to avoid. Therefore, the sentence must declare wholeness, abundance, peace, and order as already accomplished facts. Furthermore, the sentence must be universal. It must speak not to a fragment of life, but to the whole of being, acknowledging that the damage, though it may appear in one area, is in truth a pattern affecting the entire person. To repair unseen damage is to restore divine order throughout spirit, mind, and body. Thus, the sentence chosen must be broad enough to address all levels of life, while remaining specific enough to carry emotional force. It must not be a desperate plea, but a calm decree. The tone is not begging, but commanding. For when you whisper the sentence, you are not trying to persuade a reluctant God. You are impressing upon a faithful servant, the subconscious, a new instruction, one that it cannot resist. This is why Murphy likens such sentences to the divine fiats of Scripture. Let there be light. Short, simple, affirmative, universal, commanding. The words are not padded with explanations, for the subconscious does not require arguments, it requires direction. It is like a fertile field. Scatter the seed, and it will grow. The soil does not demand to know your reasoning. Likewise, whisper the sentence, and the subconscious will obey, reproducing the command in the fabric of your life. The theological beauty of the sentence lies in its alignment with divine order. When you whisper it, you are not creating truth, you are affirming truth. You are not inventing a new pattern, you are reinstating the original pattern. The sentence is a declaration that the divine blueprint, untouched by pain or error, is now reasserting itself in your life. And this declaration, spoken with faith, sets into motion the eternal law, cause and effect within the subconscious. Consider then the example structure Murphy gave. Divine order now restores me completely. Present tense. Now. Affirmative. Restores. Universal. Completely. And at its heart, the acknowledgement of divine order, the eternal law of harmony, balance, and perfection. This is not just a collection of words, it is a decree, a seed, a spiritual command that carries within it the vibration of wholeness. Whispered in half sleep, it bypasses the noisy objections of the conscious mind and sinks like a drop of light into the depths, where it takes root, grows, and begins to express itself in conditions of health, prosperity, and peace. Therefore, the nature of the sentence is simplicity, wedded to authority, brevity, clothed in universality, an affirmation aligned with divine order. It is not the length of words, but the quality of faith, not the sophistication of language, but the resonance of truth that makes it effective. With such a sentence, whispered faithfully, the unseen damage begins to yield, the subconscious blueprint begins to reorder, and the outer light begins to transform. Before the repair sentence can be fully grasped and received into the fertile depths of the subconscious, one must first be willing to acknowledge the presence of the unseen cracks, the subtle fractures in the inner image that have for years distorted experience. Joseph Murphy often warned that men and women spend lifetimes attempting to paint over the outer walls of their lives with success, with possessions, with appearances of stability, while deep within the subconscious, the hidden image of self remains fractured, stained, and warped by old impressions. These distortions are not visible to the eyes of the body, yet they shape every choice, every relationship, every opportunity. Guilt festers in the dark corners of memory. Shame settles like dust upon the soul. Scarcity whispers its cruel litany each time a desire arises, and fear etches deep grooves in the imagination that replay again and again. To expose these inner damages is not to wallow in them, nor to relive their pain, but to bring them into awareness long enough to understand how they have been operating in secret, undermining the destiny meant for you. Imagine the subconscious as a great stained glass window meant to radiate divine light into the world. The original pattern of the window is exquisite, perfect symmetry, radiant colors, lines drawn by the hand of God Himself. Yet over the years, chips and cracks have appeared. Dust has dimmed its radiance. Some veins have been clouded by the soot of fear, others fractured by the hammer of rejection, others dulled by the smoke of unworthiness. Outwardly, the building may appear intact, but inwardly the light that shines through is distorted, casting uneven patterns upon the floor of life. You wonder why opportunities vanish, why peace eludes you, why joy is fleeting, but the answer lies in the damaged window of the subconscious, filtering and refracting the divine light in twisted shapes. Consider guilt, one of the most common yet hidden damages. The conscious mind may rationalize it away, saying it was long ago, or I have moved on. Yet guilt, once impressed upon the subconscious, continues to act like a weight, pulling down every attempt at joy. It whispers in the background, you do not deserve success. You do not deserve love. And so, without realizing why, you sabotage opportunities, resist abundance, or withdraw from intimacy. Shame operates similarly, leaving a person feeling perpetually unworthy, so that even when blessings arrive, they cannot be received fully, as though the soul flinches from the very good it has prayed for. Scarcity once planted produces a life of constant struggle, no matter how much money is earned, because the subconscious blueprint always calculates lack, always anticipates insufficiency, always prepares for loss. These are the unseen damages, the cracks in the stained glass of the soul. And though they may seem overwhelming, though you may feel as if your entire window has been shattered beyond repair, the truth proclaimed by Murphy is this: the original design has never been destroyed. Beneath the dust and the cracks, the divine pattern remains intact, waiting to be revealed again. The subconscious does not cling stubbornly to the damage. It is ready, even eager, to release it once a new impression is sown. But until we name the common cracks, guilt, shame, scarcity, fear, we cannot fully appreciate the power of the repair sentence to restore what has been lost. Therefore, do not be afraid to look within and acknowledge that unseen wounds have been operating. To see them is not to be defeated by them. It is the first step in reclaiming the radiant light that was always yours. The cracks are real, but they are not final. The soot is heavy, but it can be washed away, and the stained glass, though damaged, can once again shine in its original splendor when the right decree is whispered into the silence of the subconscious. When we go deeper into this hidden terrain, we find that the subconscious carries more than just the obvious cracks of guilt, shame, and scarcity. It carries entire patterns of trauma, silent agreements, and emotional imprints that shape the way a person moves through the world. These are the wounds that never made it into language, the impressions that were formed in the tender soil of childhood before words could frame them. A child who watched their parents struggle silently absorbs the impression life is always hard. A young soul who heard arguments night after night learns unconsciously love is conflict, safety is impossible. A student humiliated in school comes to believe, I am not intelligent, my voice does not matter. These impressions, forgotten by the conscious mind, are etched indelibly in the subconscious, and they operate like background programs, directing thoughts, feelings, and choices without ever announcing themselves. You may not remember the moment the impression was made, but you live with its effects daily. Trauma, even when repressed, is never erased until it is replaced. The subconscious, unlike the conscious, does not reason through an event, does not evaluate it and declare, that was unjust, and it does not define me. No, the subconscious simply receives the raw emotion, the vivid image, the tone of voice, the atmosphere, and it reproduces it as a rule of life. This is why so many souls feel as though invisible chains bind them. They cannot point to a specific reason for their perpetual fear, or their lack of confidence, or their inability to sustain joy, but they sense that something unseen drags them down. They live as though someone long ago signed a contract on their behalf, and though they never agreed to it consciously, they fulfill its terms unconsciously. Murphy often reassured his students that the damage, though unseen, is never beyond repair. He would say, nothing that has been impressed cannot be re-impressed. Nothing that has been planted cannot be uprooted. The hidden traumas that once carved grooves in the subconscious can be dissolved and replaced by the steady rhythm of divine truth. But first, one must acknowledge that the invisible wounds are real. To deny them is to let them continue unchecked. To bring them into awareness is to prepare the ground for healing. Think of the subconscious as a vast canvas, and upon it countless brushstrokes are being painted. Some strokes are bright and beautiful moments of joy, of love, of triumph. Others are dark and jagged moments of fear, of loss, of shame. Over time, the darker strokes may dominate until the whole canvas appears bleak. Yet beneath those strokes lies the original sketch, drawn by the divine artist, untouched and perfect. It has not been erased, it has only been obscured. To expose the damage is not to glorify it, but to recognize where the strokes went astray, so that you may repaint them with the brush of affirmation, with the color of divine order, until the original beauty shines again. Here then is the reassurance. Nothing is irreparable. No trauma, however buried, is stronger than divine order. No pattern, however long repeated, is stronger than the law of the subconscious when impressed with truth. No unseen wound can withstand the steady application of the repair sentence, spoken nightly, clothed in faith, sealed with gratitude. For the subconscious, though it once accepted fear, will just as faithfully accept love. Though it once reproduced disorder, it will just as surely reproduce harmony. What is impressed with feeling will be expressed in light. And when divine order is impressed, even the deepest unseen wounds must yield to its light. If we stop at the recognition of hidden cracks and buried traumas, the heart may be tempted to despair, for it can seem that the unseen damage is too vast, too entrenched, too old to ever be undone. But Joseph Murphy never left his listeners in the valley of diagnosis. He always lifted their gaze to the mountain of revelation. And the revelation is this: beneath every false imprint, beyond every layer of soot and distortion, there remains an untouched, perfect pattern, the divine blueprint of your being. This blueprint was not given by parents, not scarred by teachers, not rewritten by pain. It was established by divine intelligence itself, and it rests forever in the depths of your subconscious, waiting to be reawakened. Imagine, if you will, an ancient painting by a master artist, hidden away in an attic for centuries. Dust gathers, soot clings, cracks appear in the varnish, and at first glance the canvas looks ruined. But when a careful restorer begins the work, cleaning away the layers of grime, the original colors shine forth with astonishing brilliance. The painting was never destroyed, it was only obscured. So it is with the soul. The true self, made in the image and likeness of God, remains intact beneath every wound. Fear may have laid its film across your mind, guilt may have dulled your vision, shame may have fractured your confidence, but the divine image has never been erased. This is why Murphy spoke so often of the subconscious as the treasury of divine patterns. Within it lies the imprint of perfect health, perfect peace, perfect abundance, and perfect love. These patterns are not dreams or ideals, they are spiritual realities, eternal truths that can never be lost. When Scripture declares, "Ye are the temple of the living God," it does not mean that you must construct a temple from scratch. It means that the temple is already there, even if its pillars are hidden beneath the rubble of false beliefs. The work of repair, then, is not invention but revelation, not creating a new pattern but restoring the original one. The emotional power of this truth cannot be overstated. To know that the blueprint of wholeness is already within you is to realize that healing is not a struggle to achieve the impossible but a return to what has always been. You do not need to fight for worthiness, you already are worthy by design. You do not need to manufacture abundance, you already carry the seed of supply within your soul. You do not need to earn peace, you were created in peace, and peace is your native atmosphere. The repair sentence works because it does not attempt to fabricate something foreign. It calls forth what has been there all along, hidden but not destroyed. Therefore, as you prepare to whisper the words that repair the unseen damage, fix this revelation in your heart. You are not broken beyond repair. You are not a ruin to be pitied. You are a masterpiece awaiting restoration. Beneath the dust, beneath the cracks, beneath the false suggestions, lies the radiant image of God, shining, waiting to be revealed. The sentence you will speak is the hand of the restorer, gently wiping away the soot, carefully mending the fractures, until the divine pattern emerges once again in the full glory of its original design. Once you begin to grasp that the true work of repair is not the invention of something new, but the uncovering of what has always been within you, the entire spiritual path takes on a new character. What once felt like an endless uphill climb becomes instead a gentle unveiling, a rediscovery of buried treasure, a remembrance of a truth the soul has known from the beginning. Joseph Murphy likened it to a man searching frantically for his glasses, overturning every cushion in the house, only to realize they had been resting upon his nose all along. The divine blueprint has never left you, it has never been stolen nor shattered. It waits patiently beneath the layers of false belief, untouched, inviolate, radiating its silent perfection. This understanding harmonizes with the great philosophies of the ages. Plato spoke of the realm of forms, eternal archetypes that exist beyond the flux of appearances, and the soul's task was to remember them. In much the same way, Murphy declared that the subconscious carries within it the archetype of divine order, the spiritual pattern of wholeness that no experience of pain can truly erase. Augustine, too, wrote that truth is not something we invent, but something we remember, for the divine image is already stamped upon the soul. And Scripture echoes this eternal truth when it proclaims, "Before I formed thee in the womb, I knew thee." The Creator's pattern is older than your wounds, stronger than your mistakes, deeper than your failures. When you whisper the repair sentence, you are not persuading the subconscious to accept something alien. You are calling it back to its true memory, reminding it of the order it has always contained. Imagine a tuning fork that has been struck incorrectly and resonates with a discordant sound. Around it, all the instruments grow confused, following the wrong pitch. But strike the correct note, and the tuning fork immediately vibrates in harmony, restoring the entire orchestra to balance. So too with the subconscious. Trauma may have set it vibrating with fear or shame, but the divine blueprint within responds instantly to the vibration of truth. And when the right sentence is spoken, the entire being realigns itself. This is why restoration is possible at any stage of life. The pattern does not age. A man of 70 who whispers, "Divine order now restores me completely," awakens the same perfect pattern as a youth of 20. A woman who has endured decades of scarcity need not despair, for the blueprint of abundance within her subconscious is still present, waiting only for recognition. Even one who has carried illness for years can find renewal, for the image of perfect health is eternal, and the body, being the servant of the subconscious, will begin to reflect it once the command is accepted. Therefore, do not fear that your damage is too deep, your years too many, your mistakes too heavy. The law is timeless, the blueprint eternal, and the subconscious always obedient. Restoration is remembrance. The repair sentence is the call to memory, the gentle command that brushes aside the layers of soot and brings forth the brilliance of the original design. And as you persist in whispering it, the soul begins to resonate once more with divine order, and life itself rearranges to reflect the harmony that has been there all along. Every journey of preparation, every unveiling of law, every testimony of unseen wounds and hidden blueprints leads us to this moment, the unveiling of the very sentence itself. The repair sentence that Joseph Murphy declared has the power to penetrate into the subconscious and begin at once the process of restoration. It is not a complicated phrase, nor a poetic arrangement of lofty words. Its power is precisely in its simplicity, for the subconscious does not require ornament. It requires clarity, repetition, and emotional force. The sentence is, "Divine order now restores me completely." Look carefully at every part of this decree. The opening phrase, "divine order," acknowledges that the source of repair is not the human will alone, but the eternal law of harmony that undergirds all of life. Divine order is the principle that planets follow in their courses, that seasons obey in their cycles, that cells obey in their regeneration. By invoking divine order, you align your subconscious not with random chance, but with the unshakable intelligence of the universe. The next word, now, places the decree in the present tense. It is not a vague hope for the future, nor a wistful longing for some later time. It is the declaration that restoration is immediate, that the unseen law begins its work at once. The phrase "restores me" places you in direct contact with this law, making you the recipient of its healing power. And the final word, completely, ensures that the restoration is not partial, not fragmented, not confined to one area of life, but total spirit, mind, emotions, body, relationships, and circumstances all brought back into harmony with the divine blueprint. When whispered before sleep, This sentence bypasses the restless chatter of the conscious mind and sinks like a golden seed into the subconscious soil. The conscious mind may say, but I still feel broken, I still see failure, I still carry pain, but the subconscious does not argue. It accepts the new impression, and once accepted, it begins its silent, tireless work of repair. This is why Murphy urged that the sentence be repeated softly, persistently, until it melts into the drowsy edge of sleep. In that state, the subconscious is most impressionable, and what you whisper becomes its command. Upon waking, the same sentence should be repeated again. For the dawn, like the dusk, is a threshold moment where the conscious mind has not yet resumed its full resistance. In these sacred thresholds, the seed is planted most deeply. It is easy to underestimate the power of such simplicity. People scoff and say, "How can one sentence change years of damage?" But recall that one spark can ignite a forest. One drop can ripple an entire pond. One decree of light shattered the primal darkness. The subconscious does not require pages of explanation. It requires only the steady hammering of truth, until the old grooves are worn away and the new pattern is established. The woman who endured years of failure, the man who lived in perpetual fear, the child who felt inferior, all found repair, not through endless complication, but through this single sentence, repeated until the subconscious accepted it. Therefore, let this be your watchword, your shield, your anchor. Divine order now restores me completely. Speak it with calm assurance, not with strain. Whisper it as though you were reminding your soul of something it has always known. Carry it with you through the day, repeat it at night, write it upon your heart, for in this one sentence lies the key to repairing the damage you cannot see. The law that transforms unseen causes into visible effects. The decree that awakens the eternal blueprint of wholeness within you. Now that the repair sentence has been revealed and its nature explained, we must move from knowledge into practice, for truth is not transformative until it is lived, and law is not effective until it is applied. Joseph Murphy insisted that the subconscious, while infinitely obedient, requires persistence and rhythm to accept a new command. Just as a farmer does not scatter one seed and expect a field of grain, but sows steadily, day after day, until the soil is thick with promise, so too must the repair sentence be whispered with constancy until it takes root in the fertile ground of the subconscious. The first and most powerful moment of practice is the nightly ritual before sleep. For it is in the twilight between waking and dreaming that the conscious mind loosens its grip and the subconscious lies open, waiting, impressionable, receptive. As you prepare for rest, do not rush into the sentence mechanically, as though checking a task from a list. Approach it as one would approach a sacred altar. Dim the lights, quiet the body, still the mind, with a few deep breaths, and feel the day's noise receding. Place your hand gently over your heart to remind yourself that the command you're about to give is not external but inward, directed to the very core of your being. Then whisper softly, almost as though speaking a secret, "Divine order now restores me completely." Do not shout it, do not strain, let it roll upon the breath like a wave, calm and steady, each syllable sinking into the still waters of your inner self. As you whisper, visualize light, gentle, golden, radiant, flowing from above your head down through your body, washing every cell, every thought, every memory. See it as a cleansing river, dissolving the cracks, filling the gaps, smoothing the fractures. Do not analyze the damage. Do not search for the wound. Do not relive the pain. Simply allow the light of divine order to flow where it must. confident that the subconscious knows precisely where repair is needed. Each time you repeat the sentence, imagine the light growing stronger, brighter, more pervasive, until your entire being is bathed in it. This visualization is not decoration, it is the language of the subconscious, which speaks in images. By combining the word with the image, you give the subconscious a double impression, a decree clothed in form. At first, the mind may resist. Old doubts will rise like ghosts, whispering, "This cannot work. The damage is too deep. You are fooling yourself." Do not argue within, for argument strengthens what it resists. Simply return gently to the sentence, "Divine order now restores me completely." The subconscious does not require loud insistence, it requires steady repetition. Night after night, as you whisper the words in the half-sleep state, they sink deeper and deeper, engraving themselves upon the hidden tablet of the mind. And as surely as a farmer knows that seeds buried today will push through the soil tomorrow, you can rest knowing that your decree is already at work. Invisible yet unstoppable, this nightly practice is the cornerstone of repair. No matter how busy the day, no matter how heavy the burden, you must not let your head touch the pillow without whispering the sentence at least a few times, ideally until you drift into sleep with it upon your lips. For when the last conscious thought is one of divine order, the subconscious labors all night to fulfill it. It is like a gardener working in the dark, clearing weeds, straightening roots, preparing the soil, until by morning the field is a little more whole, a little more aligned, a little more radiant. Do this faithfully, and you will awaken not only refreshed but renewed in a way you cannot yet see, though you will soon feel it in every part of your life. Though the nightly ritual before sleep is the most potent time to plant the repair sentence, Joseph Murphy emphasized that the subconscious is influenced not only in the twilight of half-sleep, but also in the steady rhythm of daily living. Every impression, whether conscious or unconscious, whether chosen or absorbed passively, contributes to the shaping of the inner pattern. If you whisper divine order at night but spend the day rehearsing fear, murmuring lack, and confessing defeat, you are scattering weeds upon the same soil where you planted seed. Repair requires consistency, and therefore the repair sentence must be carried into the daylight hours, reinforced gently, persistently, until it becomes the very atmosphere in which you live. This does not mean you must spend every waking moment chanting words like a mantra, straining to hold them in mind. The subconscious does not respond to strain but to steady impression. What is required is the gentle weaving of the sentence into the fabric of your day, until it becomes the background music of your mind. As you rise in the morning, before the day's concerns rush in, pause for a moment, breathe deeply, and declare, "Divine order now restores me completely." Let these words be the first seed planted in the soil of your consciousness each day. Repeat them while you wash, while you prepare, while you take your first steps into the world. And the subconscious, still softened from the night's sleep, will receive them readily. Throughout the day, whenever you feel tension, fear, or doubt, do not dwell upon the disturbance. Do not analyze it endlessly. Simply return to the sentence. Whisper it softly, even silently if you are among others. Divine order now restores me completely. In that moment, you redirect the current of thought, lifting the mind from disorder back to harmony. By repetition, you prevent the subconscious from sinking deeper into the old groove and instead carve a new channel of truth. Each repetition is like a stroke of a sculptor's chisel, shaping the stone of the subconscious into a new image. One practical method Murphy often recommended was journaling. Each day, set aside a few minutes to write the sentence slowly, deliberately, allowing your hand to impress the words upon paper. as your voice impresses them upon the inner mind. Writing, speaking, and visualizing together form a triad of impression that magnifies the effect. As you write, see yourself already whole, already supplied, already restored, and let gratitude rise within you as though it were accomplished. The subconscious responds not only to words, but to the emotions that accompany them. Gratitude seals the impression with power, for it declares, "This is not a request, but a recognition of what is." In time, the repair sentence ceases to feel like a practice and becomes instead a habit, a new default setting of the inner self. Where once the mind reflexively thought in terms of fear, it now turns instinctively toward order. Where once guilt replayed its endless tape, the new pattern of restoration takes over. Where once scarcity shouted, now the quiet confidence of supply whispers. This is how the divine blueprint is reinstated, not by dramatic struggle, but by gentle persistence, not by sudden flashes alone, but by the slow, steady engraving of truth upon the subconscious. Therefore, carry the sentence with you as a companion through the day. Write it, whisper it, remember it, feel it. Let it be the anchor when storms arise, the balm when wounds ache, the light when darkness presses. Each time you repeat it, you are not merely saying words, you are restoring the blueprint, calling forth the original design, and re-establishing harmony where once disorder reigned. Do this faithfully, and you will soon discover that life itself begins to mirror the inner repair. Opportunities open, health strengthens, peace deepens, relationships heal. For the outer world must inevitably conform to the inner decree, and the decree of divine order now restores me completely, cannot return void. There was once a man whose life appeared outwardly stable, yet inwardly he lived in a constant storm of unease. To his colleagues, he was competent, reliable, and even admired. To his family, he seemed a man of duty and care. But when he was alone, a gnawing restlessness consumed him, a dread without name, an anxiety that clutched his chest and clouded his mind. He could not explain its origin, for nothing in his present life appeared to justify it. His business was steady, his health outwardly intact, his relationships functional. Yet he woke in the night drenched in sweat, heart racing, with no visible cause. He lived with the sense that something was always about to go wrong, though he could never say what. This invisible anxiety was like a shadow stalking him wherever he went, unseen by others, unnamed even by himself, but heavy, paralyzing, and relentless. Doctors gave him medication that dulled the edge, but never healed the root. Therapists probed his past, but could uncover no single event to explain the fear. He began to think himself cursed, destined to live with this invisible torment until his final breath. Yet deep within he longed for peace, for rest, for the simple ability to walk through his days without the constant weight pressing upon his chest. In his desperation, he stumbled upon Joseph Murphy's writings, and for the first time, he saw his suffering explained, not as fate, nor as incurable defect, but as the result of unseen impressions lodged within his subconscious. He realized that the fear had likely been planted in his childhood, perhaps in moments of tension he had forgotten, perhaps in the atmosphere of insecurity he had grown up in. He did not need to know the exact cause. It was enough to know that the subconscious carried the imprint and reproduced it as invisible anxiety. Murphy's words brought him hope, for they taught that what has been impressed can always be re-impressed, that the subconscious, though it once accepted fear, could just as faithfully accept peace. He learned the repair sentence, "Divine order now restores me completely." At first, it seemed too simple, even absurd. How could one sentence uproot years of anxiety? Yet he decided to trust the teaching, for he had tried everything else and nothing had worked. Each night before sleep, he whispered the words softly, placing his hand over his heart, breathing slowly until the words sank into his drowsiness. At first his conscious mind mocked him. This is foolish, nothing will change. But he ignored the taunts and persisted. Each morning, upon waking, he repeated the sentence again, letting it be the first sound that crossed his lips. Weeks passed, and gradually, like dawn breaking through a long night, he noticed change. The anxiety that once surged without warning began to lose its grip. The racing heart slowed, the midnight terrors grew less frequent, and in their place came a stillness he had not known in decades. He described it as though a weight had been quietly lifted from his chest. His family noticed the difference too. His laughter, once rare, became more frequent. His eyes, once clouded, grew clear. He found himself breathing deeply, savoring moments, walking without dread, and he realized the truth of Murphy's teaching. The subconscious had accepted the new command, and the law of cause and effect had begun its silent, faithful work. In time, the anxiety dissolved completely, and with its passing, his entire life shifted. He pursued opportunities he had once avoided, deepened relationships he had once held at a distance, and lived each day with a peace that surprised even himself. The invisible damage had been repaired by an invisible decree whispered faithfully until it became law. His story stands as a testimony for all who suffer from nameless fears and unseen anxieties. You are not doomed, you are not defective, you are not cursed. The repair sentence works not because it argues with the fear, but because it implants a stronger impression. Anxiety may have been planted once, but divine order can be planted anew, and when it is, peace must spring forth. Joseph Murphy often reminded his students that the subconscious mind does not merely respond to words, it responds to pictures, to images, to the felt reality that accompanies a decree. Words are the seeds, but images are the water that nourishes them, and emotion is the sunlight that causes them to bloom. To whisper the repair sentence alone is powerful, but when it is fused with imagery, the impression deepens. The root sinks farther into the soil of the subconscious, and the harvest comes more swiftly. The subconscious is the great theater of the soul. It speaks in symbols, in metaphors, in pictures. When you give it a sentence clothed in an image, you communicate in its native language, and it cannot resist the impression. The practice, then, is simple yet profound. As you whisper, divine order now restores me completely. Do not let the words drift through the mind as empty sound. Close your eyes and form a picture of wholeness, the vision of yourself as you long to be, not in the future, but now. If your body has carried illness, see it glowing with light, each cell radiant with vitality, every organ humming in perfect rhythm like instruments tuned to a divine orchestra. If your finances have been fractured, picture your table spread with abundance, your accounts full, your hands giving freely, your life flowing with generosity. If your relationships have carried wounds, see yourself embraced, surrounded by love, walking in harmony with those who once misunderstood you. Let the sentence and the picture merge until they feel inseparable, the word declaring the truth, the image showing it fulfilled. Murphy often used the metaphor of a movie projector. The words are the script, but the imagery is the film strip. Without the film, the projector throws only empty light upon the screen. But when the film is inserted, the light reveals a picture, and the audience believes it as reality. So it is with the subconscious. Words alone are like empty beams of light, but words fused with imagery create a film strip that the subconscious accepts as reality. It does not distinguish between imagined and actual experience. What you picture vividly and consistently, it reproduces in outer life as faithfully as if it were already true. Therefore, each time you whisper the repair sentence, linger for a moment upon the image of its fulfillment. Do not struggle to force a perfect picture. Allow it to arise naturally, guided by your desire, and clothed in the feeling of its truth. If the image wavers, repeat the sentence gently until the vision stabilizes. Over time, this fusion of affirmation and imagery becomes effortless, and you will find yourself not only whispering words but living within the picture they create. The subconscious, saturated with this new reality, begins to express it in your body, your circumstances, your relationships, and your entire being. This is the first step of imagery and affirmation fusion, learning to unite the decree with a vision of wholeness. Words plant the seed, images water it, and together they begin to repair the unseen damage, restoring the divine blueprint until it shines once more through every area of your life. The second step in this fusion of imagery and affirmation is to bind the practice with the emotion of gratitude. For gratitude is the seal that fixes the impression upon the subconscious with unshakable certainty. To whisper divine order now restores me completely, while imagining yourself healed, supplied, and whole, is already powerful. But when you add the inner posture of thanksgiving, you transform the act from request into recognition. Gratitude says, "This is already mine. I already possess it. I rejoice because it is accomplished." And the subconscious, hearing not only the word and the image, but also feeling the vibration of thanksgiving, accepts the impression as an accomplished fact and sets itself to reproduce it without resistance. Consider how you feel when someone gives you a gift unexpectedly. You do not stand and plead, "Please give it to me." No, you smile. Your heart lifts. You receive it gladly, and you say thank you. In that moment, your body, your mind, your whole being acknowledges the gift as yours. This is the state you must enter when whispering the repair sentence. Do not approach as a beggar hoping to receive something someday. Approach as one who has already been given, as a child receiving from a loving father, as an heir claiming the inheritance that has always belonged to you. Whisper the words, picture the wholeness, and then let gratitude flood your heart as though the repair were already complete. Murphy taught that faith is not straining to believe, but quietly assuming that the thing desired is already accomplished. Gratitude is the emotional proof of that assumption. If you can give thanks sincerely, you are already standing on the ground of fulfillment. The subconscious, perceiving the thanksgiving, concludes this is real and organizes your body, your environment, and your circumstances accordingly. Gratitude is the emotional glue that binds word and image together into a single impression too powerful to be dislodged. Here is a simple practice as you repeat the sentence, "Divine order now restores me completely." Imagine yourself already healed, already prospering, already walking in peace. Then pause and breathe deeply. Let a smile form. Whisper softly, "Thank you, Father." Feel the warmth of relief, the joy of possession, the peace of certainty. Do not think about how it will happen. Let the gratitude itself be the evidence that it already has. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes, until thanksgiving flows spontaneously each time you whisper the decree. Over time, this fusion of affirmation, imagery, and gratitude reshapes the subconscious completely. The old grooves of fear and lack cannot coexist with the steady vibration of thanksgiving. Gratitude lifts you into a higher state of consciousness, where the subconscious no longer clings to damage but embraces repair as its new command. And the visible world, always the servant of the invisible, begins to mirror the change. Conditions shift, opportunities open, health strengthens, relationships blossom, not because you begged or struggled, but because you whispered, pictured, and gave thanks until the subconscious accepted the new reality as its own. Thus, the second step of imagery and affirmation fusion is the anchoring of thanksgiving. Speak the sentence, picture the result, and seal it with gratitude. In this way, the unseen damage yields completely, for the subconscious, impressed with word, image, and thanksgiving, must inevitably express wholeness in the theater of life. There was once a young student whose life was quietly governed by the invisible wound of shame. Outwardly, he appeared orderly, he attended his classes, completed his assignments, and participated enough to avoid drawing attention. But inside, he carried the deep conviction that he was inferior, that no matter how hard he tried, he would never measure up. This unseen damage began early in childhood, when careless words from teachers and harsh criticism from his peers etched themselves upon his subconscious. You're not smart enough, you'll never succeed. Others are better than you. Though the conscious mind forgot the sting of those exact moments, the subconscious remembered, and year after year it reproduced them, manifesting in fear of speaking up, paralysis in exams, and a constant tendency to compare himself unfavorably to others. He longed for freedom, but did not know how to escape. He studied harder, tried different strategies, even sought encouragement from friends, but the shame would not dissolve. Whenever he stood to speak in front of his class, his mind would go blank, his body would tremble, and afterward he would feel humiliated, confirming once again the hidden script of inferiority. He began to believe that this was simply who he was, that shame was his nature. And yet deep down, a small part of him resisted, whispering that he was more than this, that something within him longed to break free. It was during this struggle that he encountered the teachings of Joseph Murphy, and for the first time he understood that the shame was not his essence, but an imprint upon his subconscious. Murphy's words struck him like lightning. What is impressed must be expressed, and what is re-impressed with truth must dissolve the lie. He realized that his condition was not fixed fate, but a pattern, and patterns can be changed. The idea that a single sentence could repair what years of shame had etched seemed almost impossible, yet the promise ignited hope. He chose to try, for he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Each night before sleep, he placed his hand upon his chest and whispered softly, "Divine order now restores me completely." He imagined himself standing before his class, calm and confident, his voice strong, his mind clear. At first, the old fear surged, but he added gratitude. "Thank you, Father, it is done." He pictured the room filled with light, saw himself smiling, heard the sound of his own steady words. Night after night he repeated the sentence until the image grew more vivid than the memory of failure. Each morning he reinforced it, whispering again before rising from bed, planting the seed afresh in the subconscious soil. After several weeks, something remarkable happened. Called upon unexpectedly in class, he felt the familiar rush of fear rise, yet instead of freezing, the repair sentence surfaced in his mind like a lifeline. "Divine order now restores me completely." He breathed deeply, spoke, and to his astonishment, the words flowed. The class listened, the teacher nodded, and he sat down with relief washing over him. The old script had been interrupted, and for the first time, the subconscious obeyed a new command. From that day forward, each success deepened his confidence until the shame that once paralyzed him dissolved entirely. The unseen damage of inferiority had been repaired, not by struggle, not by endless analysis, but by the simple, faithful repetition of a sentence fused with imagery and gratitude. He no longer defined himself by the cruel words of the past, but by the divine blueprint of wholeness within. His story is a testament that even the deepest shame, silently carried for years, can be dissolved by the gentle yet inexorable law of the subconscious. And his victory stands as a beacon to every soul who feels unworthy. You are not the wound, you are not the lie, you are the radiant image of God. And when you whisper truth into your subconscious, it must bow to the decree of restoration. When Joseph Murphy spoke of the subconscious mind, he never limited its influence merely to thoughts and emotions. He understood that the body itself is the servant of the inner blueprint, and that every organ, every cell, every system responds faithfully to the impressions it receives. What medical science calls psychosomatic, Murphy called the law of mind. That the state of consciousness, whether fractured by fear or harmonized by truth, expresses itself directly in the condition of the body. The unseen damage we have been exploring is not confined to the emotional world. It seeps into the physical, etching lines of tension, creating weakness, and manifesting as disorder within the flesh. To repair the subconscious pattern is therefore not only to calm the emotions, but to retune the very symphony of the body until every instrument plays once again in harmony. Picture the body as a grand orchestra, each instrument representing an organ, a system, or a function. When the subconscious blueprint is whole, the conductor raises his baton and every instrument responds with perfect rhythm. The heart beats with strength and steadiness, the lungs breathe with ease, the digestive system flows in quiet order, the nerves carry messages with clarity. But when the subconscious is being fractured by false impressions, by guilt, by fear, by grief, the conductor falters, and one instrument begins to play out of tune. A violin squeaks with dissonance. The trumpet blares at the wrong time. The drums stumble over their rhythm. The result is chaos, discord, illness. Yet just as a single tap of the conductor's baton can restore order to the orchestra, so a single sentence, impressed upon the subconscious, can retune the body, bringing the scattered instruments back into harmony. This is why the repair sentence is not an abstract affirmation floating in the air, but a decree that penetrates to the cellular level. When you whisper, "Divine order now restores me completely," and you fuse those words with the image of light coursing through your body, your subconscious hears the command and transmits it to every cell. The heart, which may have been racing with fear, receives the signal, "Be calm." The nerves, frayed by years of tension, hear the order, "Be steady." The immune system, weakened by grief, responds, "Be strong." Slowly but surely, the body retunes itself, following the new pattern impressed within. This is not fantasy, it is law. Countless testimonies affirm it. Men and women who carried pain for years found healing, not through willpower alone, but through the gentle persistence of a sentence whispered into the subconscious until the body obeyed. And the integration is not only biological, but emotional. The emotions are the colors of the inner life, and when the subconscious blueprint is fractured, those colors grow dim. Fear paints everything in gray, anger burns everything in red, sadness drains the canvas into pallor. But when the subconscious receives the impression of divine order, new colors flood in. Peace softens the hues. Joy brightens the tones. Love weaves golden threads through every scene. You find yourself laughing where once you wept, breathing deeply where once you gasped, moving with grace where once you stumbled. The sentence repairs not only the invisible cracks in thought, but the subtle dissonance in feeling, until the emotional atmosphere of life becomes one of harmony. This, then, is the first dimension of integration, the recognition that the subconscious law operates through body and emotion as faithfully as it operates through thought. When you whisper the repair sentence, you are not speaking into the air. You are commanding the orchestra of your being to return to rhythm, to retune its strings, to lift its music once again in harmony with divine order. And as you persist, the change becomes undeniable. Not only will you think differently, not only will you feel differently, but you will live in a body and an emotional world that reflect the wholeness of the eternal blueprint within you. The second movement of this integration is the realization that healing is never isolated. When the subconscious pattern is restored, the repair radiates outward, touching every domain of life. A wound in thought may begin as a subtle fracture, but it reverberates through emotions, alters chemistry, and distorts relationships until an entire life reflects the unseen crack. By the same law, repair in the subconscious, though invisible at first, sets off ripples of harmony that gradually transform body, mind, and spirit as one. To impress divine order upon the subconscious is to reset the entire system to its original design. And the result is not only physical well-being, but also emotional clarity, relational peace, and spiritual renewal. Think of the body once more as an orchestra. In the first step, we saw how the baton of truth retunes each instrument, the heart, the lungs, the nerves, until they respond in balance. But what follows is even more astonishing. As the instruments align, the music itself begins to change. No longer is it a scattered noise, but a melody, a flowing composition that carries beauty not only within itself, but also into the atmosphere around it. In the same way, when your subconscious accepts the sentence, "Divine order now restores me completely," the biological healing triggers an emotional shift. Peace replaces panic. Joy replaces despair. Calm replaces agitation. And when emotions are healed, relationships soften, opportunities expand, and life itself becomes the stage upon which the new music plays. This is why Scripture declares, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." It does not say merely, "Think better thoughts," but "Be transformed," a total change in being. The mind renewed in divine order does not only quiet anxiety, it alters posture, voice, presence. You walk differently, you breathe differently, you meet others with new openness. Old triggers lose their sting, old memories lose their grip, old habits dissolve. The subconscious no longer reproduces the broken script, but the restored blueprint, and every part of you reflects the shift. Consider the testimony of many who practiced the nightly whisper. At first, they sought healing for a single ailment, a pain in the body, a knot of anxiety, a sense of lack. But after weeks of repetition, they discovered that the healing spread beyond what they had intended. The pain eased, yes, but also relationships improved, opportunities opened, and their countenance itself changed. People remarked, "You seem lighter, younger, more radiant." This is the evidence of integration. Repair cannot be confined, for the subconscious governs the whole. And when divine order is impressed upon the root, every branch and leaf of the tree responds. Emotionally, this integration is like the lifting of a veil. Once you lived in the dim light of fear, interpreting every event through suspicion and dread. Now the veil is torn, and the same world appears luminous, filled with possibility. Biologically, You discover resilience where once there was weakness, vitality where once there was fatigue. Spiritually, you sense the presence of God not as a distant ideal, but as a living reality flowing through you, animating each moment with quiet power. The unseen damage that once radiated dissonance has been replaced with unseen repair, radiating harmony, and every level of life resounds with its music. Thus, the second movement of integration is the recognition that repair is never partial but holistic. Whisper the sentence, impress it with imagery and gratitude, and watch as the subconscious not only retunes the instruments of your body but rewrites the entire score of your life. The effect is a symphony of health, peace, joy, and abundance, all flowing naturally from the eternal blueprint within you. Once the repair sentence has been established as the foundation and practiced faithfully in the nightly ritual and throughout the day, one may begin to explore advanced methods of directing its power with greater precision. For while the universal decree, divine order now restores me completely, is sufficient to re-impress the subconscious with harmony. There are times when the heart longs to speak directly to particular areas of life, to send the current of divine order into specific organs, memories, or situations. Joseph Murphy often encouraged this personalization, reminding his students that the subconscious, though vast and universal, responds with exactness to specific suggestion. By addressing a part of the body, a condition of the mind, or a circumstance in life, you harness the same law in a focused stream, like sunlight concentrated through a lens to ignite fire. Begin with the body, for the body is the most visible servant of the subconscious. If the heart has been troubled, either by fear or by physical irregularity, you may place your hand gently upon your chest and whisper, "Heart, you are now strong and steady in divine rhythm. Divine order restores you completely." If your lungs have been weakened by illness or grief, whisper softly, "Lungs, you are filled with the breath of God, open and free." Divine order restores you completely. If your nerves have been frayed by years of anxiety, close your eyes and affirm, "Nervous system, you are calm, balanced, and serene." Divine order restores you completely. By naming the organ, you direct the subconscious impression with surgical clarity, and the body, ever obedient, begins to adjust itself accordingly. This is not superstition but law. The subconscious governs all involuntary functions, heartbeat, circulation, digestion, immunity, and these processes follow the blueprint impressed upon them. When false impressions of fear or weakness have dominated, the body reflects disorder. When new impressions of strength, calm, and harmony are sown, the body follows suit. Countless testimonies confirm it. Men and women who directed the repair sentence to particular ailments found their bodies aligning with the command. The subconscious does not distinguish between general and specific. It simply obeys the strongest impression, whether broad or targeted. Nor is this method confined to the body. The same principle may be applied to memories and emotions. If a painful memory rises, instead of resisting it, speak directly to it. "Memory, you are cleansed now by divine order. You no longer bind me." Divine order restores you completely. If an emotion such as anger surges, whisper, "Anger, you dissolve now into peace. Divine order restores me completely." In this way, the repair sentence becomes both universal decree and precise tool, able to heal not only the whole but also the part. This advanced method awakens a profound realization. You are not a passive victim of body, memory, or feeling. You are the commander of the subconscious, and with every decree clothed in divine order, You re-establish sovereignty over the unseen domains that shape your life. What was once fractured begins to mend. What was once chaotic begins to harmonize. And what was once enslaved by fear begins to serve the truth of divine order, until every cell, every thought, every memory, and every emotion echoes the eternal refrain. Divine order now restores me completely. Beyond the body and emotions lies the broader field of life itself: relationships, finances, work, and creative expression. And just as organs can be addressed directly, so too can these domains be spoken to with the authority of the repair sentence. Joseph Murphy often emphasized that the subconscious is not limited to physiology. It governs the entire fabric of experience, weaving together the patterns that form circumstance, opportunity, and destiny. When you speak to the unseen law within, you are not merely influencing your inner mood, you are impressing upon the very loom from which life's events are woven. And because the subconscious is impartial and obedient, it will reproduce whatever pattern is consistently sown, whether that pattern is disorder or harmony. Thus, advanced repair practice involves extending the decree of divine order into every outer condition that has been fractured, calling forth restoration not only in self but in the environment that reflects self. Consider relationships. How many hearts carry the unseen damage of resentment, of miscommunication, of rejection that still whispers long after words were spoken or silence is endured? To repair such fractures, one may sit quietly and declare, "Divine order now restores harmony in my relationships. Divine love unites me with peace and understanding." As you repeat these words, visualize the atmosphere between yourself and the other person, filled with golden light, softening sharp edges, dissolving tension, knitting together what had been torn. You need not force the other to change. By impressing harmony upon your subconscious, you alter the vibration you project, and the relationship inevitably begins to reflect that change. Or take finances, which so often carry the unseen wounds of scarcity and fear. To those who have lived under the shadow of lack, the repair sentence becomes a decree of supply. Divine order now restores abundance to my life. Infinite supply flows to me freely, joyfully, and endlessly. As you whisper these words, picture rivers of gold and silver flowing toward you, your table spread with enough to meet every need and to give freely. Feel the gratitude as though it were already accomplished. The subconscious, impressed with this new pattern, dissolves the old script of scarcity and opens channels of provision where before only walls appeared. In the realm of creativity and work, the unseen damage often manifests as blocked inspiration, procrastination, or the feeling of inadequacy. Here too the repair sentence serves. Divine order now restores clarity and creativity to my mind. My work flows with inspiration and success. Visualize yourself engaged joyfully in your task, ideas pouring through you as though from an infinite well. Whisper it before sleep and upon waking, and the subconscious begins to rearrange thought, memory, and circumstance to reflect the new decree. Soon, where there was blockage, there is flow. Where there was struggle, there is ease. These advanced applications reveal a central truth. Divine order is not confined to health or emotion. It is the law of wholeness that governs all. By speaking it into specific situations, you are not attempting to control life through force. You are aligning life with its original harmony. Each area, whether body, memory, relationship, or circumstance, is a reflection of the subconscious pattern. And when that pattern is restored, the reflection must change. Thus, advanced repair methods invite you to expand the sentence beyond self to every sphere touched by your life. Whisper into your finances, into your relationships, into your work, into your dreams. Divine order now restores this completely. In time, the repair radiates outward, until the unseen law within manifests as visible harmony without, and your life becomes a testimony that no wound is beyond repair, no circumstance beyond restoration. When divine order is impressed upon the subconscious with faith, imagery, and gratitude, among the most profound demonstrations of the repair sentence is its ability to heal not only the wounds of an individual, but also the invisible patterns that run like underground rivers through entire families and generations. These patterns, though rarely spoken of, are deeply familiar. A lineage marked by poverty despite hard work, a chain of broken marriages repeating with uncanny similarity, a history of illness that seems to pass from parent to child as though written in stone. Many resign themselves to these conditions, saying it runs in the family, as if destiny were hereditary and bondage inevitable. Yet Joseph Murphy taught that while impressions can indeed pass invisibly from one generation to the next, the law of mind is greater, and what has been impressed by fear can always be re-impressed by truth. The repair sense becomes the key to breaking generational chains, repairing not only your own subconscious, but altering the stream of suggestion that flows to those who come after you. One woman's story illustrates this with luminous clarity. She came from a long line of scarcity. Her grandparents had lived through famine, her parents through unemployment and hardship, and she herself, despite her education and determination, found that money slipped through her fingers, as though repelled by some unseen force. Each time she began to build savings, an emergency arose. A car broke down, a medical bill appeared, a job was lost. No matter how hard she worked, she seemed destined to remain in struggle. Worse still, she noticed her children beginning to echo her own fears, saying, "We can't afford this," or "Money never lasts." It was then she realized that the damage she carried was not hers alone. It was the echo of generations, a subconscious imprint passed like a silent inheritance. When she encountered Murphy's teachings, she seized upon the repair sentence with both desperation and hope. Each night she whispered, "Divine order now restores me completely." But soon she adapted it for her lineage, declaring with firm conviction, "Divine order now restores my family completely. We are heirs of abundance, children of infinite supply." She spoke the words not only for herself but for her children, placing her hand upon their heads as they drifted to sleep, whispering, "Divine order now restores you completely." At first, little seemed to change, but as weeks turned into months, subtle shifts began. Opportunities opened that had once been denied. Bills that once crushed her seemed to resolve with unexpected provision. Most remarkably, her children began to speak differently. Where once they had repeated the phrases of lack, now they said, "We'll find a way. Things always work out for us." Within a year, her financial situation stabilized for the first time. She secured work that not only paid fairly, but offered security and growth. The constant emergencies diminished, as though the tide had turned. Her children grew more confident, dreaming of futures not constrained by fear, but expanded by possibility. She realized that the generational current had been redirected. The river that once carried scarcity now carried supply, and the inheritance of lack had been replaced by an inheritance of abundance. The unseen damage had not only been repaired within her, but within the lineage that followed. This is the beauty of the repair sentence. It is not limited to the present moment or the individual alone. By impressing divine order upon your subconscious, you alter the vibration you project into your family, your community, and even your future generations. The invisible chains of guilt, shame, scarcity, or illness that seemed unbreakable dissolve before the steady decree. Divine order now restores us completely, and in their place, new patterns are planted, patterns of harmony, prosperity, health, and love that ripple forward into futures yet unborn. To truly appreciate the transformative force of the repair sentence, one must understand the two competing cycles that silently govern the lives of men and women: the cycle of sabotage and the cycle of repair. The cycle of sabotage is the natural outworking of unseen damage. It begins when a hidden wound or false belief is impressed upon the subconscious, often in childhood, and from that moment it reproduces itself with relentless fidelity. A child hears, "You'll never succeed," and years later finds themselves mysteriously failing at every promotion. A young girl absorbs, "Love always hurts," and as an adult repeatedly chooses partners who wound her. A boy internalizes the constant refrain, "We can't afford it," and as a man discovers that no amount of income ever seems to be enough. Each failure reinforces the subconscious imprint, and with every repetition the groove deepens, making the cycle harder to escape. It is like a farmer who season after season digs up his seeds to see if they are growing, only to find barren soil, never realizing that his very impatience has killed the harvest. The cycle of repair, by contrast, begins with a conscious decision to plant a new seed and to leave it undisturbed until it grows. It begins the moment you whisper, "Divine order now restores me completely," and choose to believe, however faintly, that a new pattern is possible. Unlike sabotage, which feeds upon doubt and fear, repair feeds upon persistence and faith. Each time you repeat the sentence, you water the seed. Each time you fuse it with imagery and gratitude, you strengthen its root. Each time you resist the urge to analyze the old wound and instead affirm the new decree, you break another link in the chain of sabotage. In time, the subconscious accepts the new pattern, and the cycle reverses itself. Failures that once repeated with uncanny precision give way to successes unfolding with equal inevitability. The law of mind remains the same. It must express what is impressed, but now it is expressing harmony instead of disorder. Murphy illustrated this with the metaphor of farming. The farmer who trusts the seed does not dig up his field each morning in doubt. He waters, he waits, and he knows the harvest is sure. The man trapped in sabotage is like one who keeps uprooting the seed, shouting, "Why haven't you grown yet?" and in doing so ensures that nothing ever takes root. The man walking in repair, however, whispers his decree, waters it with gratitude, and rests in confidence, knowing that unseen forces are at work beneath the soil of his mind. What was once sabotage is now restoration, and the cycle that once destroyed becomes the cycle that builds. To remain in the cycle of repair requires vigilance, for the old grooves of sabotage do not vanish overnight. They will tempt you to doubt, to measure progress prematurely, to declare failure when the harvest is still underground. But if you remain faithful, if you continue whispering the sentence with calm assurance, the old cycle weakens and the new one strengthens, until one day you awaken and realize the sabotage has ended entirely. Life, once marked by breakdown, is now marked by breakthrough. Where there was decay, there is growth. Where there was futility, there is fruitfulness. And all of it was accomplished not by struggle, but by the steady decree of divine order impressed upon the subconscious. Thus, every soul must choose daily to remain in the old cycle of sabotage or to step into the new cycle of repair. The difference is as simple as a sentence, whispered with faith and persistence. For the subconscious, impartial and obedient, will always carry out the command it is given. If you rehearse the old wound, it will repeat it. If you impress the new decree, it will repair it. The choice is yours, and with every whisper of divine order now restores me completely. You choose again for light, for healing, for wholeness. If there is one moment in the rhythm of each day when the repair sentence penetrates most deeply, it is the threshold between waking and sleeping, that half-lit borderland where the conscious mind grows drowsy and the subconscious rises quietly to the surface. Joseph Murphy called this state the hypnagogic doorway, the sacred passage where suggestion flows unimpeded into the depths of the inner mind. In ordinary waking hours, the conscious mind stands like a gatekeeper, armed with logic, doubt, and resistance, questioning every affirmation. How will this work? What if it fails? Can you prove it? But as you drift towards sleep, the gatekeeper grows weary, lays down his arms, and dozes off. In that holy silence, the subconscious stands open, vast, impressionable, eager to receive. Whatever you whisper in that moment becomes seed sown in soil rich with readiness, and because there is no conscious resistance to uproot it, the seed germinates swiftly and powerfully. This is why Murphy urged his students never to fall asleep rehearsing worry, resentment, or defeat. For the last impression upon the mind before sleep becomes the pattern that the subconscious incubates through the long hours of the night. A man who drifts to sleep muttering, "I am failing, I am afraid," awakens to a subconscious more deeply entrenched in failure and fear. But a woman who falls asleep whispering, "Divine order now restores me completely," awakens with her subconscious, carrying out that decree all night long. The difference is immense, though invisible. One sleeps in sabotage, the other in repair. Repetition at this threshold is not mechanical, but rhythmic. Whisper the sentence gently, in time with the breath, letting it flow like a lullaby. Each exhalation carries the decree deeper, sinking like a stone into still water. Do not strain to stay awake, allow the words to escort you into sleep. Indeed, it is best when the sentence is the last thought you remember before slipping into dreams, for then you know it has crossed the border into the subconscious, where it will work tirelessly. Imagine your subconscious as a gardener who labors through the night. The sentence you plant before sleep is the seed he tends until morning. Plant fear, and he tends fear. Plant divine order, and he tends restoration. The gardener is impartial, his work depends entirely on what seed you hand it. The power of repetition in half-sleep lies not only in the absence of resistance, but also in the continuity of impression. Each night you whisper the same decree, and each night it sinks deeper, engraving itself more firmly upon the inner tablet of the mind. At first, it may feel faint, as though you are speaking into an abyss. But persistence creates depth. Like water wearing away stone, each repetition deepens the groove until the new pattern becomes stronger than the old. Then, without conscious effort, the subconscious begins to reproduce the decree as automatic reality. The body heals, the emotions calm, opportunities align, relationships harmonize. The outer world shifts because the inner law has been rescribed. Thus, the half-sleep state is not merely a transition into unconsciousness, it is the sacred altar, where you lay your decree upon the fire of the subconscious. Use it carelessly, and you feed the flames of fear. Use it faithfully, and you awaken to restoration. This is why Murphy's students testified again and again that the repair sentence, whispered at night, produced results far beyond what they had imagined. For in that twilight between worlds, the subconscious is listening most intently, and what you whisper then, it will reproduce without question. There is a hidden ingredient that gives the repair sentence its full power. An ingredient that Joseph Murphy emphasized as indispensable: certainty. For the subconscious does not respond to words alone. It responds to the feeling behind the words, the emotional tone that tells it whether the decree is real or merely a hopeful wish. To whisper, "Divine order now restores me completely," while secretly doubting, while anxiously measuring results, is like planting a seed in soil and then immediately digging it up to see if it has sprouted. The seed never has a chance to take root. But to whisper the sentence with calm assurance, with the quiet joy that knows it is already accomplished, is to press the seed deeply into the soil and water it with faith until the harvest becomes inevitable. Certainty is not loud, frantic, or desperate. It is not the straining cry of a beggar, but the calm voice of one who knows their inheritance. Imagine a prince walking through his palace. He does not plead for entry. He does not beg for food. He does not tremble at each doorway. He walks with quiet confidence, for he knows the palace is his by right. In the same way, when you whisper the repair sentence, you must do so as one who knows the divine blueprint is already within, as one who knows that divine order is not a possibility but a fact. This is the emotion of certainty, the peace that comes from trust, the joy that comes from recognition, the calm that comes from alignment with eternal law. How does one cultivate such certainty? By practice. At first the words may feel hollow, the doubt loud, but persist in whispering, and the subconscious begins to shift. Add imagery, and the vision grows stronger. Add gratitude, and the feeling deepens. Soon, the certainty blossoms, not as an effort, but as a natural fruit. You find yourself smiling as you whisper, feeling a warmth in your chest, sensing a quiet, knowing that the repair is already underway. This certainty is not forced. It arises spontaneously, like dawn breaking after a long night. The more you practice, the more the feeling accompanies the words, until the sentence and certainty become one. Murphy often said that the subconscious accepts what you feel to be true. You may repeat a sentence endlessly, but if you feel desperation, the subconscious accepts desperation. If you feel calm assurance, it accepts assurance. This is why certainty is so vital. It tells the subconscious, this is the reality, not the wish. And once the subconscious accepts, the outer world must conform. A body racked with pain begins to mend, finances marked by lack begin to open, relationships fractured by tension begin to heal. All because the subconscious, persuaded by certainty, reorganizes itself and projects that new order outward. Therefore, when you whisper the repair sentence, do not do so mechanically. Pause, breathe, and let the emotion of certainty rise within you. Whisper not as though asking for a favor, but as though declaring a fact. Feel the peace that comes from knowing it is done. Rest in the joy of possession, not in the anxiety of striving. This feeling, more than volume, more than repetition alone, is what seals the decree upon the subconscious. And once sealed, the repair is no longer a possibility, it is inevitable. For the law of mind cannot fail to reproduce what it has received with certainty. There comes a moment in the journey of repair when one must look beyond appearances, beyond circumstances, beyond the evidence of the senses, and anchor themselves in the truth of spiritual reality. Joseph Murphy was insistent on this point. Conditions are not causes but effects. And if you live your life enslaved to what your eyes see and your ears hear, you will forever be tossed upon the waves of changing circumstances. But when you learn to reassert spiritual reality, when you declare that the unseen law is truer than the seen condition, you step into mastery. The old pattern of damage is maintained because the mind continues to bow before appearances, saying, I am sick because my body aches. I am poor because my bank account is empty. I am unloved because others reject me. Yet these are only shadows, effects of previous impressions. The moment you realize this, you stand upon new ground. You can refuse to identify with the shadow and choose instead to identify with the eternal light. Spiritual reality is that divine order has never been broken, that the blueprint of wholeness remains intact regardless of what circumstances display. Clouds may hide the sun, but the sun shines still. Storms may obscure the stars, but the stars remain in their courses. In the same way, illness may cloud the body. Lack may obscure abundance. Conflict may veil harmony. But the divine order behind all remains untouched. To reassert spiritual reality is to say, what I see now is not the final truth. The eternal pattern is greater than the temporary condition. This reassertion breaks the hypnotic trance of appearances, loosens the grip of fear, and opens the subconscious to accept the repair sentence with renewed power. When you whisper, divine order now restores me completely, you are not asking for something new to be created out of nothing. You are reminding your subconscious of what already is. You are saying, beneath the storm of circumstance lies the calm sea of divine order. Beneath the fracture lies the wholeness. Beneath the appearance of damage lies the eternal blueprint. Each repetition of the sentence is not the creation of order, but the unveiling of order. Not the invention of health, but the reassertion of health. Not the fabrication of abundance, but the reawakening of abundance. This shift in understanding transforms the way the subconscious receives the words. They are no longer fragile hopes, but authoritative declarations, calling forth what has always existed. Murphy often reminded his students that spiritual law is changeless. Human conditions fluctuate, but the law remains the same yesterday, today, and forever. To reassert spiritual reality is to rest in that changelessness, to anchor yourself in what cannot be moved. Even when the outer world trembles, you whisper the repair sentence with calm conviction, knowing that divine order is more real than disorder, and that the eternal blueprint will, in time, express itself again visibly. This is why those who persisted found their healing, their supply, their peace, not because they ignored conditions, but because they refused to be hypnotized by them. They chose instead to reassert the deeper truth until the conditions yielded to it. Thus, the first step of spiritual reality reassertion is simple but profound. Declare that what you see is temporary, but what you affirm is eternal. Do not let appearances dictate your decree. Let the decree dictate your appearances. Whisper the sentence with eyes closed if necessary, shutting out the evidence of the senses, and fix your gaze inward upon the eternal blueprint. As you do this faithfully, the subconscious begins to align once more with reality, and the outer life, obedient servant that it is, eventually follows. If the first step in reasserting spiritual reality is the recognition that appearances are fleeting and truth is eternal, the second step is the daily practice of training the mind to see beyond what is visible. For habits of perception are deeply ingrained. The eyes present their evidence, the emotions respond to it, and the mind agrees, saying, "This is reality." To break that cycle, you must establish a new habit. The habit of remembering that the invisible governs the visible, that the inner blueprint dictates the outer form, and that divine order is always the underlying cause, even when conditions deny it. Joseph Murphy urged his students not only to whisper affirmations at night, but also to carry them into the daylight, using each encounter with disorder as an opportunity to reassert truth. Imagine walking through your day with this practice alive within you. You open a bill that seems overwhelming immediately. The old pattern of fear stirs. But instead of feeding it with worry, you pause, breathe, and whisper, "Divine order now restores me completely." You do not deny the bill exists, but you deny its authority over your inner state. You train your subconscious to recognize supply as the reality and the bill as a temporary effect. Or perhaps you feel pain in your body, an ache that tempts you to despair. Instead of surrendering to the sensation, you place your hand upon the area and say, "Divine order now restores this completely." You refuse to let the appearance of disorder dictate the verdict. You reassert spiritual truth, and in time, the body responds. This practice extends to the smallest moments. When impatience rises in traffic, reassert divine order. When conflict arises at work, reassert divine order. When loneliness whispers in the night, reassert divine order. Each time you do, you weaken the old reflex of fear and strengthen the new reflex of faith. Slowly, the subconscious learns that the eternal pattern is the true authority, not the fleeting shadows of circumstance. Eventually, you find yourself responding differently without conscious effort. Where once you would have panicked, you remain calm. Where once you would have spoken in anger, you now speak with peace. The subconscious, retrained, produces new automatic responses because it has accepted the new law. Murphy often compared this process to re-educating a child. At first, the child resists, forgets, rebels, but with patient, steady correction, the child learns, and the new behavior becomes second nature. The subconscious is no different. It has been trained for years by fear and false beliefs. It must now be retrained by faith and divine truth. The repair sentence is the tool of this re-education, spoken again and again until the inner child learns its lesson. Divine order is reality. Disorder is illusion. Wholeness is the truth. Once the subconscious accepts this, the outer world shifts naturally, for it can only reproduce what the inner law dictates. Therefore, let your daily life become a field of practice for reasserting spiritual reality. Each appearance of disorder is not a setback but an invitation to declare truth. Each shadow is an opportunity to affirm the light. Each disturbance is a chance to whisper, "Divine order now restores me completely." In this way, you move from occasional practice to constant living in truth, until the subconscious is saturated with reality, and the cycle of repair becomes effortless, continuous, and permanent. Up to this point, much of our focus has been on the individual, your own subconscious, your own blueprint, your own repair. Yet Joseph Murphy often reminded his listeners that the law of mind is universal, and what is true for one is true for all. Just as a single drop of dye changes the color of an entire glass of water, so the impression made upon one's soul ripples outward, affecting families, communities, and ultimately humanity itself. When you whisper the repair sentence, "Divine order now restores me completely," you are not only healing your own hidden wounds, you are contributing to the healing of the collective. For consciousness is never isolated. The vibrations of faith, harmony, and restoration radiate beyond the boundaries of the individual, merging with the great ocean of human thought, influencing others in ways both subtle and profound. Imagine, then, the power of collective practice. If one soul whispering truth in the night can repair years of unseen damage, what could 1,000 souls do? 10,000? A million? Picture men and women across the globe, in quiet bedrooms and humble spaces, placing their hands upon their hearts before sleep and whispering together, "Divine order now restores me completely." Imagine their words rising like incense into the atmosphere of humanity, weaving a great symphony of restoration that encircles the earth. Where once the air vibrated with fear and resentment, it now hums with faith and order. Where once the subconscious of the collective was fractured by war, greed, and shame, it now begins to align with harmony, abundance, and love. This vision is not fantasy, but spiritual law in action. The subconscious, though housed within each individual, is connected to the greater subconscious of the race mind, and impressions made by one inevitably influence the whole. Murphy himself often pointed to scripture that declares, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there am I in the midst of them." If 2 or 3 can amplify the power of prayer, how much more when multitudes unite in a single decree? The repair sentence, whispered in unison across the world, could re-script not only individual lives but entire societies, planting seeds of peace where there is conflict, abundance where there is lack, and healing where there is disease. Consider the impact upon future generations. Just as unseen damage can be inherited, so too can unseen repair. When you whisper the sentence faithfully, you do not merely alter your own life. You pass a new vibration into the stream of human consciousness. Your children and their children walk into an atmosphere subtly changed, freer, lighter, more attuned to divine order. What once seemed impossible for a lineage becomes natural, for the pattern is shifted at its root. One person choosing repair over sabotage alters not only themselves but the direction of history. Therefore, allow your nightly whisper to carry this wider vision. Do not whisper only for your own healing, though that is sacred and vital. Whisper also for the healing of humanity. As you drift toward sleep, picture the globe bathed in golden light, every heart whispering the same decree, every subconscious being restored to its eternal blueprint. Say within yourself, "Divine order now restores us completely." In that moment, your individual repair becomes part of a collective repair, and the power of the law multiplies beyond measure. For just as unseen damage spreads silently across generations, so unseen restoration can spread, repairing the very fabric of human consciousness until the world itself becomes a testimony to the eternal refrain, "Divine order now restores us completely." Now that the law has been explained, the sentence revealed, and its many applications unfolded, let us turn from theory into living practice. For knowledge without use is like a seed left upon the shelf full of potential, yet never blossoming into fruit. Joseph Murphy never tired of reminding his students that the subconscious responds not to intellectual agreement, but to impressed feeling. And that impression is created by actual repetition, visualization, and emotion. Therefore, we shall enter a guided rehearsal of the whisper itself, allowing the sentence to move from concept into embodiment, from hearing into doing, from thought into law. Sit quietly, wherever you are. Allow your body to relax into its seat, your shoulders softening, your breath slowing, your jaw unclenching. Let the noise of the day fall away as though it were dust shaken from your garments. Place one hand gently over your heart, for this gesture unites the word with the seat of emotion. reminding you that the command is not directed outward but inward, into the very depths of your being. Close your eyes and turn inward, as though stepping into a vast and silent temple. There, at the altar of the subconscious, prepare to speak the decree. Now, with the rhythm of your breath, whisper softly, "Divine order now restores me completely." Let the words ride upon the exhalation like a ship upon the tide, carrying the decree deep into the sea of your subconscious. Do not rush, linger upon each syllable, letting it melt into your awareness. As you repeat the words, picture golden light descending from above, flowing through the crown of your head, washing down into every part of your being. See it entering your heart, spreading into your lungs, your arms, your stomach, your legs, until every cell glows with radiance. Whisper again, "Divine order now restores me completely." This time, as you whisper, imagine yourself already whole. If you have carried pain, see yourself walking freely, strong and vibrant. If you have lived in lack, see your table spread with abundance, your needs met with ease, your hands giving generously. If you have felt unloved, see yourself surrounded by warmth, embraced by harmony, shining with love. Whisper again, "Divine order now restores me completely." And as you do, let gratitude rise within you, not as a forced thought, but as the natural feeling of one who has already received. Whisper softly, "Thank you, Father. It is done." Continue in this rhythm, each breath carrying the decree deeper. Do not strain. Allow the words to become like a lullaby, soothing, steady, continuous. If thoughts intrude, let them pass like clouds and return gently to the sentence. Whisper until the words and the image and the gratitude merge into one, until the line between speaking and being dissolves, until you feel that the repair is not a hope but a fact. In this moment, you are rehearsing what you will do each night before sleep, planting the seed into the subconscious, where it will be tended faithfully through the long hours of rest. Know that even as you rehearse now, the law is already at work. The subconscious does not wait for perfection. It responds at once to every impression given with sincerity. By practicing here, you are already sowing seeds that will bear fruit. And with each repetition in the days to come, the roots will deepen, the stem will strengthen, the harvest will ripen. Whisper faithfully. Visualize vividly, feel gratitude sincerely, and the unseen damage will give way to visible repair. For the law is unfailing, and the decree cannot return void. Now we arrive at the closing movement of this journey, the point where knowledge, testimony, and practice must crystallize into personal decision. For everything you have heard, every principle explained, every story told, every metaphor woven, has led to this. The moment where you choose to make the repair sentence your own, not as an idea admired from afar, but as a daily practice impressed upon the very fabric of your life. Joseph Murphy often concluded his lectures with both encouragement and challenge, urging his listeners to test the law for themselves, to prove its reality not in theory but in lived experience. And so it is with you. What remains is not to wonder whether it works, but to whisper it faithfully until your own life becomes the testimony. Therefore, I invite you to commit yourself to 21 nights of practice. For 21 nights, as you lay your head upon the pillow, place your hand over your heart, close your eyes, and whisper softly, "Divine order now restores me completely." Let this be the last thought that carries you into sleep. Do not skip, do not excuse, do not measure too soon. Simply sow the seed each night, trusting that the subconscious, faithful gardener that it is, will tend to it as you rest. Then, upon waking, before you rise, whisper it again. Begin and end each day with the decree, and watch as unseen repair begins to shape visible change. But do not stop at whispering alone. Write the sentence daily in your journal. Share it aloud with a loved one who is open. Speak it into your circumstances, your health, your finances, your relationships. Let it become the atmosphere in which you live, the rhythm that guides your breathing, the refrain that plays in the background of your mind. The more you weave it into your life, the more the subconscious absorbs it as law, until one day you awaken to find that the old wounds have dissolved, the old patterns have faded, and the new order has taken root. And when the repair manifests, and it will, do not keep the testimony to yourself. Share it with others, for in sharing, you multiply its power. Speak it to your family, to your friends, to your community. Write it as a comment, declaring, "Divine order now restores me completely," as a witness that you have chosen repair over sabotage, wholeness over fracture, faith over fear. By doing so, you join the great chorus of voices affirming truth, adding your whisper to the collective symphony of restoration that encircles the earth. As we close, let this blessing rest upon you. May your nights be filled with whispers of peace. May your days be guided by the rhythm of divine order. And may your subconscious, once fractured by unseen damage, now stand whole, radiant, and aligned with the eternal blueprint. Go forth with confidence, knowing that the law of mind cannot fail, that divine order cannot be broken, and that every whisper plants a seed that must bear fruit. Rest tonight in certainty, rise tomorrow in joy, and walk each day in the quiet assurance that the unseen repair is already complete. There is a silent dread that lurks in the human heart, the sense that one's very body is a prison, that every organ, every cell, every strand of DNA is a fixed script written before birth, and that no effort of will can alter what has been decreed. Many live under the oppressive shadow of heredity, recalling the illnesses that struck their parents, the disorders that claimed their grandparents, the whispered warnings in family gatherings. It runs in the blood. Others feel chained to patterns of poverty, failure, or addiction that seem to repeat across generations, as though destiny itself were encoded into the body's blueprint. The modern mind, schooled in genetics, often bows before this invisible tyrant, believing that DNA is an iron law, unyielding and merciless. And so multitudes live in quiet resignation, assuming that the sickness they fear, the weakness they dread, or the futility they endure is inevitable. Yet Joseph Murphy calls us to question this fear. What if the code written in your being is not the final word? What if the so-called prison of DNA is not a cage, but a canvas, a responsive medium shaped by the brushstrokes of your thoughts, emotions, and faith? What if what we call heredity is merely the echo of subconscious belief, impressed again and again until it takes on the form of flesh and blood? To ask these questions is to awaken a spark of hope, for it suggests that the power which binds can also be loosed, and that the chains of genetics are but illusions to a mind that knows its divine origin. The scriptures whisper a deeper truth. Psalm 139 declares, "I am fearfully and wonderfully made." This is not a statement of biology, but of theology, a reminder that the blueprint of your being was written not in the fragile ink of human genes, but in the eternal Word of God. The psalmist does not say, "My DNA defines me," but rather, "All my members were written in thy book." Murphy interprets this as the subconscious mind's perfect pattern, the divine book of life implanted within each soul. What men call DNA is but the outer garment. The true garment of destiny is woven by thought, belief, and faith. Let us pause and reflect. Fear is always the first enemy of healing. The terror of hereditary disease, the despair of being trapped in a body one cannot change, creates the very mental image that the subconscious accepts and executes. Just as fertile soil does not question whether the seed is wheat or thorn, but simply brings forth after its kind, so too the subconscious accepts the impressions of fear, rehearsed night and day, until the body obeys and manifests the dreaded condition. This is the cruel irony of heredity, not that it is unbreakable, but that belief in its inevitability programs the subconscious to reproduce its image. And so the invitation arises: dare to whisper a new command. Dare to speak to the silent intelligence that courses through your cells to affirm that your life is not chained to the past but guided by the infinite present. Dare to look at your body not as a curse but as a servant, awaiting instruction. In the drowsy moments before sleep, when the conscious guard lowers its weapons, whisper, "I am not bound by the past. The life of God flows in me now. My body hears and obeys the word of harmony." To speak thus is not wishful thinking. It is aligning with spiritual law. Murphy reminds us, your subconscious mind takes the orders you give it based upon belief and suggestions accepted as true. If fear of heredity is an order, then healing words can be orders too. And just as weeds sown yesterday can be uprooted by planting roses today, so destructive mental images can be displaced by visions of wholeness. The question we face at the dawn of this journey is this: will you continue to live as a prisoner of fear, or will you claim your role as co-author of your destiny? For the truth remains unshaken. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, and the prison you dread is but a shadow cast by unbelief. Speak life, and the shadow dissolves. Whisper truth, and the cells awaken. This is the first step in rewriting the future. For centuries, humanity has wrestled with the crushing weight of determinism, the sense that we are victims of forces beyond our control, that destiny is etched into the marrow of our bones, locked in double helices that spiral like unyielding staircases into an inescapable future. It is a sobering thought that the failures of fathers, the illnesses of mothers, the tragedies of ancestors echo endlessly through the corridors of time, leaving us powerless to redirect the course of our lives. Philosophers have long debated whether man is free or bound, whether the human spirit is sovereign or enslaved to mechanical laws of nature. But Joseph Murphy steps into this debate with a luminous declaration. You are not a victim of blind biology. You are the custodian of an infinite subconscious power that outshines every so-called genetic decree. The subconscious, he teaches, is not a passive recorder of heredity, but the very architect of experience, shaping the visible body and the unfolding future according to the impressions impressed upon it. This perspective dismantles the myth of biological destiny. For what is DNA if not a symbolic script, a physical metaphor of an even deeper code? Science describes a sequence of nucleotides, but Murphy penetrates to the metaphysical sequence of thoughts, beliefs, and images which sculpt the substance of life itself. Imagine DNA not as a prison sentence, but as parchment, a scroll upon which the subconscious inscribes the patterns it accepts. If the subconscious is saturated with fear, guilt, and sickness, then it writes into the body weakness and disorder. If it is saturated with love, faith, and harmony, then it inscribes radiant health, peace, and vitality. Thus, the critical question is not, what have I inherited, but rather, what am I impressing? Think of your subconscious as the master gardener, and your DNA as the soil it tends. Soil does not resist. It does not argue with the seed. If you plant thorns, you reap thorns. If you plant roses, you reap roses. So too your body is obedient, and it brings forth whatever seeds of thought you sow. Modern science already hints at this truth with discoveries of epigenetics, the idea that genes are switched on or off by environment and mindset. But Murphy takes it further, declaring that thought itself, charged with faith, is the true environment of your cells. The spiritual law transcends biology. What you impress inwardly must be expressed outwardly. Now consider the implications. The so-called curse of heredity loses its grip, for the real power lies not in the strands of DNA, but in the images and beliefs woven into the subconscious. If generations have believed in poverty, sickness, or limitation, then those beliefs are unconsciously handed down like ghostly inheritances, shaping each new mind with the same blueprint of despair. But the moment one awakens to the truth, the moment one recognizes the sovereignty of thought, the chain is broken. In the instant you declare, "I am not my past, I am not my ancestry, I am not bound by genetic decree," you write a new script upon the canvas of your being. This is not denial of science, it is elevation of science to its spiritual root, a recognition that biology itself bows before belief. Therefore, the myth of biological destiny must be replaced with a theology of spiritual authorship. Man is not a helpless bystander watching genes dictate his fate. He is the very co-author of life with God, inscribing upon the inner tablet of the subconscious the conditions he desires to see expressed. Every whispered affirmation, every vivid visualization, every conviction of faith is a line of new code, a strand of spiritual genetics woven into the fabric of being. And because the subconscious never argues, it accepts these impressions and commands the body to obey. Thus, the believer who nightly whispers, "I am radiant with health. My cells are aligned with divine order. My body reflects the harmony of God," is not engaging in fantasy, but in the most practical science of the spirit, the rewriting of the code of destiny itself. In this light, the phrase, "Talk to your DNA," takes on its true meaning. It is not mere poetry, it is instruction. Speak to the innermost intelligence that governs your life. Whisper into the subconscious the words of truth, and the genetic orchestra will adjust its tune. As surely as music changes when the conductor raises his hand, so too does the body change when the mind raises its belief. The message is both liberating and sobering. You are not sentenced by heredity, but you are always writing your future by the thoughts you hold most dearly. In this truth lies immense responsibility, and yet, even more, immense hope. Joseph Murphy often described the subconscious mind as soil, ever ready to receive whatever seed is planted within it. And in this analogy, he revealed one of the most radical truths of spiritual psychology, that DNA itself, the intricate code of biological life, is not a tyrant but a servant, not a fixed decree but a living seed that can express endlessly according to the pattern impressed upon it. Just as soil has no opinion of whether the farmer sows roses or thistles, so your subconscious has no judgment about whether you impress fear, faith, sickness, or health. It merely accepts, incubates, and brings forth the harvest. In this sense, DNA is not the master key to life, but the responsive material shaped by the convictions of mind. And here Murphy strikes with urgency. The world you see, the health you experience, the conditions you endure are not accidents of genetics but expressions of subconscious beliefs planted, often unknowingly, over years and even generations. Think for a moment of a farmer who sows weeds in his field and later complains that he cannot reap wheat. He may insist that the soil is against him, that fate is cruel, that the earth has predetermined his failure. But the truth is simpler. The soil brought forth exactly what was sown. In the same way, when humanity blames heredity or family history, it is like the farmer cursing the soil for bringing forth the seeds he himself has sown, or the seeds his ancestors impressed upon the subconscious and passed along as habitual thought forms. Murphy insists that the law of the subconscious is impersonal, impartial, and inexorable. It works for good or ill, depending on what you plant within it. If you whisper night after night that you are weak, cursed, or bound, your body obeys and your future mirrors that impression. But if you declare with faith that the divine pattern of perfection rules your life, that health and abundance are your rightful inheritance, the subconscious likewise obeys. and DNA expresses that higher pattern. Here lies the majesty of the teaching. The subconscious mind is the blueprint room of destiny, and your conscious thoughts are the architects sending instructions to the builders. DNA, then, is the obedient craftsman, following orders without question. If the orders are corrupted with fear, resentment, and despair, the structure collapses. But if the orders are filled with harmony, love, and divine faith, the structure stands radiant and strong. Murphy reminds us that once the subconscious accepts an idea, it immediately sets about executing it with mathematical precision. This is why he insisted that suggestion in the drowsy state, just before sleep, carries such miraculous power. The conscious guard is lowered, and the subconscious soil is open, fertile, ready to receive the seed. At that sacred threshold, every whisper becomes command, every thought becomes decree, and every image becomes blueprint. Imagine your subconscious as a scribe copying letters onto a scroll, and imagine DNA as the parchment upon which those letters are written. The scribe does not pause to question the content, he simply inscribes whatever message he is given. If you hand him a page filled with despair, he copies despair. If you hand him a page radiant with joy and faith, he copies joy and faith. The parchment of DNA, then, is not the originator, but the receiver. This is why Murphy insists that we must vigilantly guard the inner language we speak. For every repeated phrase, every emotional declaration is a message handed to the scribe who copies it into the very fibers of our being. And because the subconscious never rests, it writes day and night, executing every order it has been given until a new order is supplied.
Consider how this reframes the entire conversation of health, destiny, and life. The world tells you that you are bound by heredity, that genes dictate disease, that the best you can do is manage decline.
But Murphy declares that belief itself is the greater law, that faith impresses higher orders upon the subconscious, and that what you believe with feeling is infinitely more powerful than what you fear in your genes. To speak to your DNA is to speak to your subconscious, to send new orders into the soil of life, and to expect that the harvest will follow. The awe of this truth is almost overwhelming. You are not a prisoner of the script you inherited. You are the author of the script being written now, line by line, word by word, affirmation by affirmation. In this realization is empowerment beyond measure, for it means that every whispered command of faith is a stroke of pen rewriting the story of your life. When Joseph Murphy confronted the concept of heredity, he was not denying the observable patterns in families, the similarities in appearance, the recurrence of certain weaknesses or strengths across bloodlines. Instead, he peeled back the curtain to reveal the deeper mechanism at play, that the subconscious mind, endlessly impressionable, absorbs not only the words and attitudes of parents, but the very atmosphere of their belief. And from that atmosphere, it constructs its internal blueprint. Thus, what we call generational curse is less a rigid genetic inevitability than a spiritual hypnosis passed from one mind to another. Each child unwittingly accepting the fearful impressions of the parents as unquestionable truths. A family convinced of poverty transmits that conviction more powerfully than any financial condition could. A household filled with dread of illness plants those seeds in tender minds until the body itself manifests the expected ailments. The myth of unbreakable destiny lies not in chromosomes, but in unquestioned thought patterns, repeated and reinforced until they feel as binding as chains of iron. Murphy likens this to corrupted code in the spiritual software of man. Imagine your subconscious mind as a vast computer, capable of running infinite programs of health, abundance, and joy, but weighed down by inherited scripts riddled with errors. A father filled with bitterness speaks words of limitation. A mother overcome with anxiety whispers fears of disease. A child hears, absorbs, and downloads these corrupted programs until the system malfunctions and the body responds with disorder. This is the rust that eats away at the code of life. Not because DNA is inherently flawed, but because the subconscious has been fed destructive instructions that it faithfully reproduces. The rusted program runs in the background, unseen yet all-pervasive, repeating its cycles until someone awakens and chooses to intervene, to restore the original design hidden beneath the corrosion. And herein lies the glory of spiritual teaching. Beneath every distortion, beneath every inherited program of lack or sickness, there remains the original divine code, the blueprint of health, harmony, and abundance, written by infinite intelligence itself. Murphy assures us that this perfect pattern can never be destroyed. It may be obscured, it may be forgotten, it may be covered over with layers of fear and guilt, but like the sun behind storm clouds, it remains unchanged, waiting to shine again. This is why he insists that transformation is possible in any life, at any stage, regardless of history or heredity. For the subconscious mind holds within it not only the record of corrupted images, but also the eternal memory of divine order. And when that order is re-impressed with faith and love, the corrupted code dissolves and the system resets to wholeness. It is crucial here to see the role of awareness. So many accept generational patterns blindly, repeating them as though powerless. My father died young of heart disease, one says, so I must be next. No one in our family has ever been wealthy, another laments, so I will never escape poverty. These declarations are not statements of fate, but affirmations of faith in bondage. Each repetition plants the seed deeper into the subconscious, where it takes root and bears fruit in lived experience. The tragedy is not that DNA commands destiny, but that belief in DNA's tyranny becomes the command impressed upon the inner mind. Murphy calls us to reverse this process, to recognize the corrupted program for what it is, to reject it with conscious authority, and to affirm with conviction that the divine code is still present, still operative, still waiting to be spoken into expression. Picture now a rusted gate at the entrance of a garden. For years it has been unused, neglected, its hinges frozen with decay. Families walk past it, shaking their heads saying, "This garden is closed forever." Yet one day a seeker takes oil and cloth, patiently scrubs away the rust, and the gate creaks open to reveal the fertile paradise within. So it is with the subconscious. Beneath the rust of inherited fear and false belief lies the gate to divine abundance, still intact, still waiting for the oil of faith and the cloth of affirmation. The work is not to build a new pattern from nothing, but to restore the original design implanted by the Creator. When you whisper truth to your subconscious, when you insist that divine order governs your life, you are in fact oiling the hinges of the gate, dissolving the corrosion of generational curse, and stepping once more into the garden of wholeness. And so Murphy challenges the listener, will you continue to repeat the inherited chant of defeat? Or will you be the one to break the cycle, the one who declares, I am not bound by the past, I am not cursed by heredity, I am free in the pattern of God? For as soon as you speak this, not timidly, but with conviction, the subconscious hears and obeys. The rust falls away, the corrupted code begins to dissolve, and the divine pattern, flawless, radiant, eternal, begins to reassert itself in your DNA, your body, your circumstances. Generational curses end the moment one person awakens, and by awakening you do not only liberate yourself, but you plant new seeds for those who follow after you. Thus your whispered words before sleep may not only heal your body, but rewrite the story of your family line, converting a legacy of fear into a legacy of faith, a chain of despair into a chain of blessings. If the first layer of inherited patterns is the generational curse that seeps silently into the subconscious from family and environment, the second layer is the quiet sabotage that each individual inflicts upon themselves, the daily repetitions of fear, guilt, resentment, and inferiority that become as mutations in the inner code, distortions of the divine pattern that was meant to govern every cell in harmony. Joseph Murphy warned repeatedly that these four poisons are the great disruptors of the subconscious mind, that they gnaw at the foundations of health and prosperity more insidiously than any outward condition could. Fear anticipates disaster and programs the subconscious to oblige. Guilt replays old failures and convinces the body it must punish itself. Resentment burns like acid through the inner life and manifests as tension, disease, or failure. And inferiority whispers that one is unworthy of blessing, and so the subconscious withholds the very good it is ready to deliver. These are not small emotions. They are the silent engineers of ruin, bending the once perfect script of divine order into tangled hieroglyphs of misery. Imagine for a moment that the subconscious is a grand library, and within it lies the pristine book of life, written in golden ink, flawless in its design. This book contains the true genetic script of man: health, joy, love, abundance, creativity. Yet in this library also roam vandals, scribbling in the margins, blotting out lines, distorting sentences until the pages appear chaotic. Fear scrawls its frantic warnings across the margins. You are sick. You will fail. Danger is near. Guilt writes its accusations. You are unworthy. You must suffer. You cannot be forgiven. Resentment underlines offenses and adds footnotes of bitterness. Remember what was done to you. Hold on to the wound. Never release it. Inferiority stains entire chapters with the ink of self-condemnation. You are small. You are nothing. You cannot rise. The tragedy is that the subconscious, faithful servant that it is, reads these marginal notes as if they are the true text and sets about executing them in the body and the life of the individual. And so the pure pattern becomes hidden, not destroyed, but obscured, waiting for the day when the librarian, the conscious mind, chooses to cleanse the book and restore its original brilliance. Murphy emphasized that disease and misfortune often have no cause in the physical realm, but are the outer reflections of these inner poisons. He would point to hypnosis experiments where a subject, convinced by suggestion that ice was fire, would blister as if burned. He would remind his listeners that under hypnosis, the subconscious obeys the faintest impression without argument, producing physical results from mental causes. Fear is nothing more than self-hypnosis. Guilt is nothing more than a suggestion repeated until believed. Resentment is nothing more than a hypnotic fixation on the past. The subconscious, unable to reason, takes these poisons as commands, inscribes them into the DNA, and the body responds accordingly. A lifetime of fear may express as chronic illness. A lifetime of guilt may harden into the afflictions of the heart. A lifetime of resentment may corrode relationships and finances alike. And yet, Murphy assures, because these conditions are written by thought, they can be unwritten by thought. Because the poisons are mental, the antidotes are mental as well. Consider the way guilt operates. A man commits an error, real or imagined, and instead of releasing it, he rehearses it in the theater of his mind, punishing himself anew each day. The subconscious, observing this ritual, concludes, "My master desires punishment," and obligingly produces illness, failure, or repeated loss. Or take resentment. A woman clings to the memory of betrayal, rehearsing the scene night after night. The subconscious, impartial, accepts the bitterness as truth and inscribes it into the cells, producing tension, ulcers, or relational discord. It is not the original event that curses the individual, but the constant rehearsal of it in the subconscious. Here lies the terrifying power of the poisons. They do not need to be true to be effective. They only need to be believed. And yet, Murphy offers not despair but deliverance. He points to the law of substitution. Just as darkness cannot endure once light is introduced, so too fear cannot survive once faith is enthroned. Guilt dissolves when forgiveness is embraced. Resentment evaporates when love is declared. Inferiority disappears when the truth of divine sonship is affirmed. These poisons are not permanent mutations, but temporary distortions, correctable the moment one chooses to impress the subconscious with their antidotes. A whispered affirmation before sleep, repeated with feeling, can undo years of inner sabotage. I am at peace. God's love fills me. I forgive all and release all. I am worthy of divine abundance. I am strong in the infinite. Spoken with conviction, such words overwrite the corrupted code, restore the margins of the book, and reveal once more the golden script of health and harmony. So the listener is urged, examine the whispers of your own heart. What poisons have you been feeding your subconscious? What hidden suggestions have you allowed to take root? Tonight, instead of replaying old fears and guilts, speak the antidote. Whisper faith instead of fear, forgiveness instead of resentment, worthiness instead of inferiority, love instead of hate. The subconscious will hear, will accept, will inscribe the new pattern into the DNA, and the body in the future will obey. Thus, inner sabotage is undone not by effort but by substitution, not by struggle but by surrender to truth. And in this lies your freedom. You are not the victim of the poisons. You are the master who can choose the antidote. You are the author who can erase the vandal scribbles and restore the book of life to its eternal perfection. There comes a turning point in the great drama of the soul when one begins to realize that beneath all the errors of thought, beneath the poisons of fear, guilt, resentment, and inferiority, there still exists an indestructible pattern, a luminous architecture of life that no false belief can erase. Joseph Murphy called this the divine blueprint, the perfect image of health, harmony, abundance, and joy, imprinted upon the subconscious by infinite intelligence from the beginning. Just as a sculptor may chip away at marble and reveal a distorted form, yet beneath the surface there remains the essence of the original block, so too does every human soul carry within itself the undamaged plan of God. Sickness, misfortune, failure, these are but temporary disfigurations, shadows cast upon the canvas, not the canvas itself. The true pattern remains untouched, waiting to be rediscovered and impressed anew upon the subconscious mind. Murphy insisted that this recognition alone can begin the healing process, for the moment one ceases to see disease or poverty as ultimate reality and begins instead to affirm the eternal presence of the divine design, the subconscious stirs to life, the body in the future then directed not by the false image of disorder but by the reawakened memory of harmony. Consider the seed of an oak tree. If the sprout is bent or twisted by wind, it may grow at an angle. Yet the inner genetic program always strives toward the fullness of the oak. So it is with the human spirit, even when bent by the storms of false belief. The hidden code of God urges toward wholeness. The task is not to create perfection, but to allow it, to remove the distortions that conceal it, and to align thought with the original intention of the Creator. Theological tradition calls this the Logos, the word by which all things were made. John's Gospel declares, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made." To Murphy, this word is not merely an ancient utterance, but the living pattern that sustains creation, the very code of spiritual genetics that dwells within each soul. When you align your subconscious with this word through affirmation, visualization, and faith, you restore the original pattern to your life. Every cell in your body carries the memory of divine order, and when spoken to with faith, it responds, reconfiguring itself in accordance with the eternal plan. Let us picture this blueprint as a radiant golden double helix. not of molecules and atoms, but of divine light, spiraling within the depths of your being. Each strand carries messages of vitality, abundance, joy, and peace. When you're aligned with truth, these strands glow with harmony, broadcasting signals of health to every cell, harmony to every circumstance, success to every endeavor. When you stray into fear and resentment, the light dims, but it is never extinguished. It waits for the word of faith to re-illuminate. And so Murphy calls us to visualize, to affirm, to declare that this golden spiral is active within us now. In doing so, we overwrite the shadows of corrupted belief and awaken the original script. Philosophically, this recognition resolves the dilemma of determinism versus freedom. You are not bound by biology, nor are you a ghost adrift in chaos. You are anchored in a divine design, and your freedom lies in choosing whether to affirm the corrupted copy or the eternal original. When you say, "I am sick," you align with the distortion. When you say, "I am whole," you align with the blueprint. When you say, "I am doomed to poverty," you activate the corrupted program. When you affirm, "I prosper by divine right," you reawaken the pattern of abundance. The subconscious does not argue. It simply obeys the command it is given. Thus, every affirmation is a key turned in the lock, either opening the door to disorder or to harmony. It is for this reason Murphy urged his readers to speak the truth even when appearances screamed otherwise. A man with a painful body must whisper before sleep, "Every cell of me is now aligned with the divine pattern of health." A woman in financial struggle must affirm, "The infinite riches of God flow to me freely and abundantly." The appearance is temporary, the blueprint is eternal. With repetition, with faith, with emotional conviction, the subconscious accepts the higher command, and the divine code is reasserted in the fabric of life. And so the invitation is clear. No matter what shadow you face, no matter how corrupted the pattern seems, know that the true design is still within you. You are not asked to invent it. You are asked to remember it. Whisper to your subconscious, "The blueprint of God is my reality. The perfect code governs my life. I restore now the pattern of wholeness, and it manifests in every cell and every circumstance." With such declarations, softly spoken in the silence before sleep, you begin to dissolve the false images and awaken the luminous design that has always been yours. To understand the enormity of this truth, one must grasp that the body itself is not some dumb machine separate from the life of the mind, but rather the living manuscript upon which the subconscious inscribes its convictions. Joseph Murphy would often remind his listeners that the subconscious mind is the builder of the body, that every heartbeat, every breath, every silent orchestration of cells is guided not by conscious effort, but by the deeper intelligence within. It is this hidden director that heals a wound without your command, digests food while you sleep, and keeps the stars of your inner universe in motion without fatigue or failure. And because it is the subconscious that governs these functions, it is also the subconscious that hears and obeys the words you impress upon it. To speak to your cells is not metaphorical alone. It is literal in the deepest sense, for the subconscious is the medium of communication between your thought and your DNA, between your belief and your biology. Murphy taught that whispered words before sleep have a peculiar power, for at that twilight of consciousness, the vigilant guard of the reasoning mind is lowered, and the subconscious, receptive and childlike, accepts suggestion without debate. This is the golden gate through which one may step each night into communion with the inner builder. In those drowsy moments, if you whisper, "Every cell in my body hears the word of life," the subconscious takes the message as fact and transmits it to the body's innermost processes. Just as a conductor raises his baton and the orchestra adjusts its tone, so your subconscious raises the command of the cellular orchestra and the music of health begins to play. Picture this: a vast assembly of cells, trillions of tiny workers, each awaiting instruction. For years they may have been marching to the drumbeat of fear, repeating the rhythm of disease impressed upon them by ancestral beliefs or by your own anxious thoughts. Yet when a new command is whispered with faith, the drumbeat changes. Instead of discord, harmony begins. Instead of breakdown, renewal flows. The cells are not rebels, they are faithful servants. They obey whatever command is given, and the whispered word becomes their new law. The task is not to struggle, not to shout, not to plead, but to quietly, consistently, lovingly direct them with words of life. Murphy warned that people often sabotage themselves by affirming sickness while desiring health, by rehearsing fear while praying for courage. The subconscious cannot reconcile contradictions. It simply executes the most frequent and most emotionally charged impressions. Thus, a man who repeats all day, "I am afraid of cancer, it runs in my family," but whispers at night, "I am whole and healthy," will find the first suggestion outweighing the second, for fear has greater intensity. The remedy is persistence in the truth, whispering it not once but nightly, saturating the subconscious until the fear is replaced with faith. With each repetition, the old command fades and the new one takes root, and soon the subconscious no longer doubts but accepts, and once accepted, it begins execution immediately. In this practice, there is no room for half-heartedness. The whisper must not be mechanical, but alive with feeling. When you say, "Every cell of my body responds to divine order," you must feel the warmth of that order. Imagine the cells glowing with vitality. See in your mind's eye the body radiating light. This marriage of word and image, of affirmation and visualization, engraves the message deep into the subconscious and imprints it upon the body's code. It is a sacred dialogue between spirit and flesh, the law of cause and effect operating in silence. Therefore, the nightly ritual becomes the crucible of transformation. In the quiet of your room, as you lay down to rest, you close your eyes and let the conscious chatter dissolve. You whisper not to the air, but to the infinite within. Every nerve, tissue, and organ in me is aligned with divine harmony. My body hears the word and is made whole. You feel the truth of it, you visualize it, and then you surrender to sleep, confident that the subconscious has received its instruction and will carry it out while you rest. No effort is required, no strain is needed, for the law is sure. What is impressed must be expressed. In this way, speaking to yourselves is not a mystical fancy, but a practical method of aligning with spiritual law. It is the reclaiming of authority over your inner kingdom, the recognition that you are captain of the ship and that your subconscious crew will obey the orders you give. The body is not your enemy, nor is DNA your master. They are your servants awaiting your command. And the command that heals is always the command rooted in faith, whispered with love, affirmed with certainty, and sealed with the quiet confidence that infinite intelligence works through you. There is a sacred art in combining imagery with affirmation. For the subconscious does not merely listen to words, it sees and feels the pictures they carry, and when word and image unite with emotion, the message becomes irresistible. Joseph Murphy again and again reminded his readers that faith is imagination kindled with feeling, and that whatever you vividly imagine with conviction is accepted by the subconscious as reality. Thus, when one whispers healing affirmations before sleep, one must also paint with the brush of imagination, seeing in the mind's eye the radiant outcome, living already in the scene desired. The whispered phrase becomes the seed, and the image becomes the soil in which it is planted, moist and fertile with emotion. To whisper, "I am whole," without seeing wholeness or feeling the joy of health is to scatter seeds on hard ground. But to whisper the same words while visualizing golden light bathing every cell while feeling peace and gratitude as though it were already accomplished, is to bury the seed deep where it will take root and grow. Consider how a child drifts into sleep after a bedtime story. The tale plays on the screen of the imagination long after the conscious mind has surrendered, and the child dreams in the imagery of the narrative. So too does the subconscious dream in the imagery of your affirmations. If you whisper, "My DNA is now aligned with divine order," and then see in your inner vision a glowing spiral of light pulsing with perfect rhythm, your subconscious receives the command not as fantasy but as blueprint. It sets to work throughout the night, adjusting the silent operations of the body to conform to the image impressed. The cells, obedient scribes, begin to copy the new script, and though results may not appear instantly, the process is already underway. Just as a seed germinates unseen beneath the soil before breaking into visible form, Murphy emphasized that faith is not begging or hoping, but assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. This is why the drowsy state before sleep is so powerful. The conscious guard that questions, doubts, and argues is subdued, and the subconscious accepts impressions with childlike receptivity. In that holy interval, when you are neither fully awake nor fully asleep, your whisper is as a king's decree, and your visualization is as law. The subconscious does not dispute it, does not delay, it simply sets about expressing the command. Hence, one must approach this practice not with strain or desperation, but with calm assurance, like a gardener planting seeds and knowing by natural law that they will grow. Let us picture together a nightly ritual. You recline in silence, the body relaxed, the breath deep and even. You whisper slowly, rhythmically, "The life of God flows through every strand of my being. My DNA vibrates with divine harmony." As you whisper, you imagine a radiant current of golden light descending from above, flowing into the crown of your head, coursing gently through every organ, every cell, every strand of DNA. You see the double helix shimmering, glowing, recoated with perfection. You feel the warmth of health in your skin, the ease of strength in your muscles, the peace of harmony in your heart. You whisper again, "I am whole, I am renewed, I am restored." And the image grows brighter, the feeling deeper, until you sense as though the transformation were already complete. You allow this union of word, image, and emotion to carry you into sleep, and in that sleep the subconscious continues the work, knitting together the pattern of health from the threads of your faith. The marvel of this practice is that it requires no physical effort, no straining or grasping. You do not need to know how the subconscious will accomplish the healing, any more than a farmer needs to know how the seed cracks and sprouts beneath the soil. Your part is to sow with consistency and faith. The subconscious takes care of the mechanics. Over time, as you persist, you will begin to notice subtle shifts, a deeper peace in your emotions, a release of old fears, a lightness in the body, perhaps even the dissolving of pains or ailments long endured. These are the fruits of a new code being written within, the evidence that your subconscious has accepted the blueprint and is expressing it through the obedient medium of DNA. Thus, imagery fused with affirmation is the master key of transformation. Words alone may falter, images alone may fade, feelings alone may wander, but when the three are woven together, they form a cord unbreakable, binding the subconscious to the truth you declare. And the subconscious, once convinced, cannot resist. It must express the pattern impressed upon it. This is the eternal law. As a man imagines and feels, so is he. Therefore, let your whispers be alive with vision. Let your visions be saturated with feeling, and let your feelings be crowned with faith. And you will find that every night becomes a workshop of destiny, every dream a rehearsal of wholeness, every cell a participant in the great recreation of your life. To truly appreciate the depth of this teaching, one must come to see that the body itself is not some isolated entity working independently of the mind, but rather the physical servant of the inner life, the clay shaped continuously by the potter of the subconscious. Joseph Murphy was unwavering in his assertion that the subconscious mind is the inner physician, the divine architect that builds and maintains every organ, every tissue, every cell. Long before medical science had traced the silent operations of the autonomic nervous system, Murphy was already proclaiming that your body is governed by a wisdom deeper than conscious intellect, a wisdom that listens unceasingly to the impressions you make upon it. It is this hidden physician that closes a wound, that knits together a fractured bone, that regulates the beating of the heart and the flow of blood without your conscious effort. And because this physician is guided by the beliefs and images impressed upon the subconscious, it will follow whatever blueprint you provide, whether that blueprint is one of sickness or health, decay or renewal, limitation or liberation. Murphy would often say that the subconscious is both surgeon and nurse, both builder and repairman, capable of orchestrating healing far beyond the reach of conscious willpower. He pointed to countless testimonies of men and women who, by simply impressing the idea of health before sleep, awoke to find pain dissolved, disease arrested, vitality restored. To him, these were not miracles in the sense of divine exceptions, but demonstrations of divine law, the subconscious responding faithfully to the command it had received. The body is obedient, never rebellious, and whatever is impressed deeply upon the subconscious becomes the order it carries out. Thus, to whisper nightly, "Every cell, nerve, and tissue of my body is being restored to divine perfection," is to issue a decree to the inner physician, a prescription written not on paper, but on the tablet of the soul, and the body, loyal servant, hastens to fulfill it. Visualize for a moment your subconscious as a vast hospital, stocked with every instrument, every medicine, every skill required for healing, yet waiting silently for instruction. If the conscious mind continually delivers messages of fear, "I am weak, I am ill, I am doomed," then the subconscious, impartial and obedient, prescribes weakness, illness, and despair. But if the conscious mind, filled with faith, whispers instead, "I am whole, I am strong, I am renewed by the life of God within me," then the subconscious sets the hospital into motion, sending forth healing streams, mobilizing immune responses, recalibrating functions, restoring order. The pharmacy is always stocked, the surgeon always ready, the nurse always attentive. The only question is whether the instructions given are those of fear or of faith. This is why Murphy stressed the importance of consistency and feeling in prayer affirmation. The subconscious is not swayed by half-hearted statements muttered without conviction. It is moved by impressions soaked in emotion, images saturated with belief. The one who affirms, "I am healed," while inwardly doubting and fearing, cancels out the suggestion with contradiction. But the one who whispers, "The infinite healing presence flows through me now," and feels even a small measure of peace, gratitude, and trust, begins to impress the subconscious with truth. Once the impression is accepted, the subconscious begins its silent work, sometimes gradually, sometimes dramatically, but always faithfully. And so, we must see our bodies not as prisons of heredity, not as ticking mechanisms destined to fail, but as sacred temples maintained by an intelligence infinitely wise and infinitely responsive. You are not at war with your flesh. Your flesh is your ally, your servant, your outward mirror of inward conviction. DNA itself is not your enemy. It is but the manuscript upon which the subconscious writes. If you instruct the inner physician with commands of health, if you whisper words of life before sleep, if you paint images of vitality in the gallery of your mind, then your body will obey, for it knows no other law but the law of belief. Therefore, the great work of healing is not to fight the body, but to speak to it, to encourage it, to remind it of its divine pattern. Tonight, before you close your eyes, speak gently within, Every organ of my body is governed by the divine intelligence of my subconscious mind. The inner physician is at work, restoring, renewing, revitalizing. I give thanks for perfect health now. Rest in this assurance and know that as you sleep, the subconscious builder is carrying out its work with exact precision. In this realization, you discover the secret Murphy proclaimed. The subconscious mind is your greatest physician, and your body is its faithful patient, responding always to the word of truth you plant in its care. When Joseph Murphy spoke of the power of belief, he was not offering pious platitudes but unveiling a universal law, as precise and impartial as the law of gravity. He called it the law of belief, and he insisted that this law governs every cell of the body, every organ, every strand of DNA, every circumstance of life. According to your belief, be it done unto you, is not a fragment of scripture reserved for a bygone era, but a psychological and spiritual truth operating now, moment by moment. The subconscious does not weigh arguments. It does not reason with syllogisms. It does not ask whether the belief is noble or ignoble, wise or foolish. It simply accepts the impressions delivered with conviction and sets about embodying them in the flesh and in the field of circumstance. Thus, if one holds firmly to the belief that sickness is inevitable because it runs in the family, the subconscious engraves that decree into the very tissues of the body. If, however, one nurtures the belief that divine health is one's true inheritance, that the body is already coded with the pattern of wholeness, then the subconscious executes that decree with equal precision, and healing begins to unfold. It is here that Murphy's teaching collides head-on with the despair of modern determinism. Biologists tell us that we are prisoners of genes, that hereditary patterns dictate the boundaries of possibility. Yet Murphy cries out from a higher altitude. Thought transcends gene. Belief outweighs biology. The image impressed upon the subconscious is more powerful than any code of flesh. What you believe with feeling becomes your reality, not because of blind superstition, but because the subconscious faithfully shapes the body and the environment to conform to its accepted blueprint. The placebo effect, which science reluctantly acknowledges, is nothing less than the law of belief at work. The patient, convinced that healing medicine has been given, experiences actual recovery, even when the pill is inert. Faith heals not because the outer ritual possesses magic, but because the subconscious accepts the suggestion and the body obeys. This is the same law whether the object of faith is a sugar pill, a sacred relic, or a whispered affirmation before sleep. The outer symbol is but the delivery system. The true medicine is belief itself. Yet Murphy warned that half-beliefs and contradictions are fatal to results. The subconscious does not respond to words alone, but to the feeling behind the words. To whisper, "I am healthy," while trembling with fear of disease, is to impress the fear more deeply than the affirmation. The subconscious hears the louder voice, and the louder voice is always the voice of emotion. Thus, when you pray, when you affirm, when you speak to your DNA, you must do so not mechanically, but with feeling, with imagination, with an inward sense that what you declare is already true. Faith is not begging for what might be. It is assuming the feeling that it is already so. This is why Murphy emphasized the sleep technique. For in the drowsy state, the conscious guard that resists and doubts is quieted, and the subconscious is more easily impressed with conviction. Imagine a king dictating laws to his scribes. If he speaks firmly, with authority, the decree is written and enforced across the land. But if he mutters uncertainly, contradicting himself, the scribes are confused, the decree is muddled, and the land descends into chaos. So it is with the subconscious. If you affirm health one moment and rehearse fear the next, Your subconscious is left to obey the stronger of the two, and the stronger is always the one most deeply charged with emotion. Therefore, your work is to align your heart with your words, to let your whisper before sleep be more than empty syllables, to let it be alive with conviction, clothed in gratitude, saturated with expectancy. When belief and feeling unite, the results are inevitable. A woman plagued with chronic pain who nightly whispers, "Every cell of my body vibrates with divine order. The healing presence flows through me now," while vividly picturing herself moving freely and joyfully, will in time experience her body conforming to that image. A man haunted by poverty who affirms with conviction, "I am prospered in all my ways. Divine supply flows freely to me now," while feeling the joy of abundance and picturing himself giving generously, will see circumstances rearranged to reflect that belief. For the law of belief is universal. It does not ask what you desire, it only asks what you truly accept as real. And so the invitation is given. Examine your beliefs. What do you accept as inevitable? What hidden convictions have you allowed to dictate the story of your life? If they are beliefs of bondage, whisper tonight a new decree. Say with feeling, "I am whole, I am free, I am the child of infinite intelligence, and my body and my future are governed by divine order now." Speak it until you feel it until you believe it until the subconscious accepts it without question. For once accepted, the law of belief goes to work, rewriting your inner code, reshaping your DNA, restructuring your destiny. It is not a matter of if, but only of when. For what is impressed must be expressed, and what is believed must by law become flesh. In order to anchor this truth more vividly, Joseph Murphy often turned to testimony, for nothing persuades the heart so strongly as the evidence of a life transformed by principle. One such example he recounted was that of a young singer trembling with fear at the very thought of performing, her throat tightening, her breath faltering, her voice betraying her. On the surface, her problem appeared to be one of nerves, of personality, of lack of training, yet Murphy saw deeper. He understood that her affliction was the fruit of a subconscious image of failure, a mental rehearsal of disaster that played over and over until the body itself responded in obedience, strangling her voice each time she faced an audience. The conscious mind told her, "I want to sing." But the subconscious, programmed by repeated impressions of fear, whispered louder, "You cannot sing. You will fail. You will be humiliated." And so the body obeyed the subconscious blueprint, not the conscious desire. Murphy prescribed not medication or elaborate technique, but the simplest of remedies, whispered affirmations in the drowsy state before sleep. He instructed her to relax completely in her chair 3 times a day, especially at night before drifting off, and to murmur slowly, gently with feeling, "I sing beautifully. I am poised, serene, confident, and calm." She was not to strain or force these words, but to let them flow like a lullaby, allowing them to sink quietly into the subconscious. At first, her conscious mind protested. "But I am not poised. I am not confident. I tremble with fear." Yet Murphy knew that the subconscious does not argue. It does not reason. It does not say, "You are lying." It merely accepts repeated suggestions when accompanied by relaxation and feeling. Night after night she whispered these words, and little by little the image of fear began to fade, replaced by a new image of serenity and poise. The results astonished her. Within a week, she stood before her judges in an audition and sang with a freedom and beauty she had never known. The old trembling had vanished, the paralysis of fear dissolved, her voice soared with confidence. She was not healed by wishful thinking, nor by luck, nor by chance, but by the immutable law that the subconscious must express what is impressed. When she whispered new words with conviction, she rewrote the inner script. and the body conformed without resistance. What had seemed an incurable defect was revealed to be nothing more than a corrupted suggestion, and once that suggestion was replaced with truth, her destiny shifted instantly. This story, while about music, is in truth about life itself. Every fear, every sickness, every failure is but a misdirected suggestion, an image rehearsed until the subconscious accepts it. Just as the singer whispered a new identity into her subconscious, so you can whisper a new identity into your DNA, your cells, your circumstances. If fear of sickness has been rehearsed in your mind, replace it with the affirmation of health. If images of failure have been repeated, replace them with the vision of success. If the subconscious has been saturated with resentment or inferiority, whisper forgiveness, whisper worthiness, whisper love. The law is impartial. It does not matter whether the subject is voice or body, music or health, money or relationships. The subconscious responds to suggestion, and what is impressed with feeling must be expressed in form. Therefore, let the singer's story serve as a testimony of hope. Just as she rewrote her future by whispering words of faith, so can you rewrite your future by whispering to your DNA. Each night before sleep, let your final words be words of life. Every cell of me is calm, whole, vibrant. My body is aligned with divine harmony. I sleep in peace and wake renewed. These whispers are not empty, they are seeds planted in the soil of the subconscious. And as surely as the harvest follows the seed, so too will your body and your life reflect the pattern you impress. What once seemed impossible becomes natural, for the law cannot be broken. The subconscious expresses what it receives, and it receives whatever you persistently, lovingly, faithfully whisper into it. From testimony, we move deeper into the very core of Joseph Murphy's theology, for behind every story of healing, success, or transformation lies the unwavering principle that God is not distant, capricious, or external, but indwelling, constant, and intimately woven into the subconscious life of man. To Murphy, when Scripture declares, "The kingdom of God is within you," it is not speaking in metaphor alone, but unveiling the astonishing truth that the infinite intelligence, the divine healer, the eternal pattern of perfection resides already at the center of your being. The subconscious is not merely psychological machinery. It is the workshop of the divine, the altar upon which every prayer is answered, the field where every seed of belief takes root. Thus, to commune with your subconscious is to commune with God. To speak to your DNA is to speak into the very temple where the Spirit of God dwells. This realization, once grasped, dissolves the old notion of a God who must be persuaded to intervene, and replaces it with the radiant truth of a God who is already at work in the hidden depths of your mind and body, awaiting only your agreement and cooperation. This theological direction reframes the entire concept of healing. No longer is health seen as a gift reluctantly bestowed by a distant deity, nor as a rare accident of biology, but as the natural expression of the divine image implanted within every human soul. You are not begging God to rewrite your destiny. You are aligning with the law that God already wrote into your being. The law that wholeness is your true state, abundance your rightful inheritance, joy your natural atmosphere. DNA, in this view, is not a chain of chemicals dictating your fate, but the parchment upon which the divine code is written. And when you whisper to your subconscious in faith, you are not attempting to override nature, but to restore nature to its highest expression, to clear away the lies of fear and let the truth of God shine through. Consider how this reframing liberates the soul from superstition and despair. A man who believes that sickness is sent as punishment from God will resign himself to suffering, for who can resist divine wrath? But a man who understands that sickness is the product of false belief impressed upon the subconscious and that God's will is always health, will rise with confidence to impress new images of harmony, knowing that infinite intelligence supports him. A woman who believes that poverty is a holy virtue may accept lack with grim pride, but a woman who knows that abundance is the natural law of life, that circulation and increase are the rhythms of the divine order, will boldly affirm prosperity, whispering nightly, "I give freely and receive endlessly. I live under the law of circulation and increase." Her subconscious, hearing these words charged with belief, will arrange circumstances to manifest them, for it is always the servant of the law within. This truth also harmonizes with the great metaphysical analogies found throughout Scripture. When Jesus healed the sick, he did not beg the Father for special intervention. He declared with authority, "Be it done unto you according to your faith," and the healing followed. Why? Because the subconscious, saturated with faith, expressed wholeness immediately. When he said, "The Father within me doeth the works," he revealed precisely what Murphy proclaimed, that the subconscious mind infused with divine life is the agent of transformation. And when he taught, "Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh," he was pointing to the same law. The subconscious, filled with images of health, love, and peace, will express them through the body and the life. Filled with fear and resentment, it will express those instead. The law is eternal, impartial, and universal, operating whether or not one is aware of it. Therefore, to whisper to your DNA is not to practice some modern fantasy of biohacking, but to obey the oldest of laws, the law that God dwells within, that the image you impress becomes flesh, that faith translates invisible truth into visible manifestation. The spiritual task is not to strive, not to manipulate, not to fight, but to rest in the assurance that the kingdom is within, that the divine code is uncorrupted, that the subconscious is always listening, always ready to respond. Your whispered affirmation is the voice of the Spirit, reminding the subconscious of what is eternally true, that you are created in the image and likeness of God, that every cell of your body is a temple of the living Spirit, and that no lie of sickness or bondage has the authority to erase that fact. So let this theology become practice. Tonight, when you lie upon your bed, close your eyes and whisper, "God within me is my life, my strength, my health." The code of divine perfection governs every cell, every organ, every thought of mine. I sleep in the kingdom. I wake in renewal. As you say this, know that you are not pleading with an external deity, but communing with the divine presence in your very being, impressing truth upon the subconscious, that is both the servant of your thought and the dwelling place of God. And when you rise, expect renewal, for the law is absolute. What is impressed with faith upon the God within is expressed unfailingly in the life without. Once the listener begins to grasp that the subconscious mind is the dwelling place of the divine image, and that every cell is designed to obey the whispers of faith, the natural question arises, how does one restore the original perfection when so much evidence of disorder surrounds them? Here, Joseph Murphy introduces the practice of recalling the divine blueprint, of deliberately bringing into consciousness the awareness that no sickness, no failure, no inherited limitation is ultimate reality. He would remind his students that appearances deceive, that what we see with the eyes is not final truth, but the shadow of thought, and that by impressing a higher pattern upon the subconscious, we dissolve the false appearance and allow the eternal design to emerge. The practice, then, is not to deny the existence of pain or trouble, but to refuse to grant them authority, to insist in the silence of one's heart that there is a deeper order, a hidden perfection, waiting to manifest. Consider the image of a cracked mirror. One who looks into it may see his reflection distorted, bent, and fragmented, and he may conclude that he himself is disfigured. but the distortion lies not in the face but in the mirror. In the same way, the sickness, the poverty, the failure one perceives is not the true self, but the fractured reflection of a corrupted mental image. The divine blueprint, the original face, remains untouched. Murphy's task was to teach men and women to stop identifying with the distortion and to begin affirming the reality of the perfect image behind it. He taught them to whisper affirmations that recall the original pattern, such as, "The blueprint of God is my true reality. Every cell of my body reflects divine perfection now." By such words, repeated with feeling, the subconscious is reminded of the truth it has always carried, and the body in the future begin to conform to that truth. Murphy emphasized that no condition is beyond correction because the divine pattern cannot be destroyed. Just as the sun continues to shine above even the darkest storm clouds, so the blueprint of health and harmony shines eternally within, awaiting only the dispersal of the clouds of fear and false belief. A tumor, a chronic disease, a lifelong sense of failure, these may appear immovable, but they are merely dense clouds, temporary obstructions. The moment the subconscious is impressed with the truth of the divine pattern, the clouds begin to thin, the light begins to shine, and healing begins to unfold. The process may be swift or gradual, dramatic or subtle, but the direction is always toward restoration, because the blueprint exerts an irresistible pull toward its own expression once it is reawakened. Imagine then the nightly ritual of recalling this perfection. As you lay in bed, you close your eyes and deliberately turn away from the evidence of disorder. You no longer rehearse the pains of the body or the failures of the day. Instead, you visualize the radiant double helix of divine light within you, glowing, unbroken, flawless. You whisper slowly, "I am whole now. The perfect code governs my being. I am aligned with the eternal pattern of health." As you speak these words, you allow the image of wholeness to fill your mind, to crowd out all other impressions. The subconscious, passive and receptive, receives the suggestion, and while you sleep, it begins to translate the image into the processes of the body. The cells are reminded of their original design. The DNA is instructed to express harmony. The body becomes a canvas for the divine artist once again. Philosophically, this practice is nothing less than the reassertion of spiritual reality over illusion. The world says you are broken, but the blueprint says you are whole. The world says you are bound by heredity, but the blueprint says you are free in God. The world says decline and decay are inevitable, but the blueprint says renewal is eternal. To recall the divine pattern is to choose which voice you will believe, which image you will impress, which law you will obey. And Murphy would insist that when you side with the eternal, the temporal must yield. When you affirm the truth, the lie must dissolve. When you recall the original blueprint, the distorted reflection must give way to the radiant face of divine perfection. Therefore, do not despair at appearances, no matter how dark. Instead, whisper nightly into the silence, "The perfect blueprint of God governs me now. Every cell, every organ, every thought is aligned with divine harmony. I remember who I am, whole, radiant, free." These words, spoken with feeling, are not idle syllables but seeds of restoration, reminders to the subconscious of the truth it has never forgotten. And once reminded, it will do what it always does. It will express the impression, it will obey the command, it will restore the pattern. For the divine blueprint is eternal, and to recall it is to summon into visibility the health, peace, and abundance that have been yours all along. When Joseph Murphy guided his students into the art of speaking directly to their own selves, he was revealing not only a method of healing, but a profound metaphysical truth. That every particle of the body is alive with intelligence, that every strand of DNA is responsive to thought, that every organ is obedient to the commands whispered into the subconscious. He would remind them that the subconscious mind never tires, never sleeps, never resists. It listens ceaselessly to the impressions handed to it by the conscious mind and faithfully transmits them into the functions of the body. Thus, when one lies quietly before sleep and begins to whisper words of life, one is in fact addressing an entire inner congregation of trillions of cells, each awaiting instruction, each eager to follow the new decree. The body is not a stubborn rebel, but a loyal servant. It does not question the logic of the command, it only executes. To speak to your cells is therefore to speak to the very workshop of creation within you, and to direct with authority the forces that govern your future health and vitality. Murphy taught that such speaking must be gentle, rhythmic, and filled with conviction, for the subconscious responds not to frantic commands but to calm, confident impressions. He would instruct his listeners to relax completely, to feel the weight of the body sinking into the bed, to let the conscious chatter grow still, and then, in a voice as though speaking to a beloved child, to murmur phrases such as, "Every cell of my body hears me now. Every cell is saturated with divine life. Every cell is aligned with perfect harmony." Spoken in this manner, the words bypass resistance and sink into the subconscious, which in turn impresses them upon the silent machinery of the body. The cells, once marching to the drumbeat of fear or disease, hear the new command and begin to change their rhythm. The DNA, once expressing inherited distortions, is reminded of the original code and adjusts its expression accordingly. The body does not argue, it obeys. To illustrate, Murphy would often cite the analogy of a ship and its captain. The conscious mind is the captain, issuing commands. The subconscious is the crew, carrying out the orders without question. If the captain cries, "We are sinking! Disaster is near!" the crew does not pause to argue. They rush to enact the command, preparing for wreckage. But if the captain calmly declares, "All is well, the course is steady, we are safe," the crew likewise acts in accordance, maintaining order and stability. So it is with your body. If your conscious mind whispers each night, "I am sick, I am doomed, I cannot escape," the subconscious and the cells obey that order, producing the very sickness you dread. But if you whisper, "I am whole, I am renewed, every part of me reflects divine life," the subconscious and the cells likewise obey, producing health and vitality. The law is exact and impartial. What is impressed is expressed. Murphy emphasized that this practice must be done with faith, for without faith words are hollow. Yet faith does not require struggle, it requires feeling. To whisper, "Every cell is filled with light," while imagining golden light flowing through your bloodstream, while feeling gratitude as though it were already accomplished, is to impress the subconscious with living images. This is why visualization and affirmation must be joined. The one supplies the words, the other supplies the pictures, and together they saturate the subconscious with conviction. And once conviction is established, the subconscious moves into action with absolute certainty, mobilizing every process of the body to fulfill the decree. Thus, speaking to your cells is not a fanciful exercise, but a direct application of spiritual law. You are already speaking to them each day, though often unconsciously. Every fearful thought, every anxious word, every hidden resentment is a command given to the subconscious, which faithfully passes it on to the body. The invitation of Murphy's teaching is to become conscious of this dialogue, to seize the authority of speech, and to direct it deliberately toward life, health, and harmony. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, do not rehearse the fears of heredity or the pain of the past. Instead, whisper calmly, "Every cell of me is radiant with the life of God. Every cell obeys divine order. I am healed, I am renewed, I am whole." Fall asleep with these words echoing in your mind, and know that as you rest, your subconscious is transmitting them to the body, and your DNA is writing a new script, a script of wholeness, vitality, and divine perfection. There is a reason Joseph Murphy placed such extraordinary emphasis on the moments before sleep, He knew that this transitional state between waking and slumber is the golden gate through which the subconscious is most easily reached, the sacred threshold where whispered affirmations become living decrees. In the ordinary hours of the day, the conscious mind stands like a sentinel at the door of the subconscious, questioning, doubting, analyzing, often rejecting the very suggestions we seek to impress. But as the body grows heavy, the breath deepens, and the conscious guard begins to fade, the door swings open, and impressions flow directly into the subconscious without resistance. This is why the ancient mystics spoke of night prayers, why Scripture declares, "On my bed I remember you, I think of you through the watches of the night," and why Murphy insisted that the last thought before sleep is the seed most likely to germinate. For 8 hours while you sleep, the subconscious broods over the impression it received, weaving it into the tissues of your body, inscribing it into the code of your DNA, and arranging circumstances in accordance with it. Murphy explained that the whisper itself must be more than rote repetition. It must be clothed in imagination and feeling. When you say, "I am whole, I am strong, I am aligned with divine order," you are not performing a mechanical exercise, but planting a living seed. And as every farmer knows, the seed must be buried in soil fertile with warmth and moisture if it is to sprout. The warmth is your feeling. The moisture is your imagination. Without them, the seed lies dormant. But when the affirmation is spoken with gratitude, when the image of health is vividly painted in the mind, when the emotion of peace is allowed to flow, the subconscious receives the seed and begins the process of growth immediately. And the miracle is that this process does not require conscious effort, just as you do not strain to heal a cut on your finger, so you do not need to strain to manifest the healing you have impressed. The subconscious, once instructed, takes over and performs the work silently, perfectly, inexorably. Picture for a moment the ritual of this practice. You are lying in your bed, the noise of the day fading, the burdens of thought dissolving. You close your eyes and see in the theater of your mind a radiant current of light descending gently through your body. You whisper softly, "Every strand of my DNA vibrates with divine harmony. Every cell is filled with life. I sleep in the presence of God and awaken renewed." You see the light flowing through your bloodstream, illuminating each cell like a tiny lamp glowing with perfection. You feel the peace of harmony settling into your bones, your muscles, your nerves. You allow yourself to drift into sleep with this image alive and this feeling strong, and you trust that the subconscious, like a faithful gardener, is working while you rest, tending the seed you have planted. Murphy often reminded his audience that people unknowingly misuse this law each night by rehearsing their fears and resentments in the moments before sleep. They whispered, "I am afraid of tomorrow. I am sick. I am weak. I am unlucky." And then they wonder why life continues to serve them bitter fruit. The subconscious, impartial and obedient, has no sense of humor. It takes the whispered word seriously and expresses it faithfully. The poison rehearsed before sleep becomes the harvest of tomorrow, just as the blessing whispered in faith becomes the miracle of renewal. The difference lies not in the power of the subconscious, which is always the same, but in the content of the suggestion given. This is why Murphy was relentless in urging his listeners to choose their last thoughts carefully, to make the final word before sleep a word of truth, health, and abundance. Therefore, let this be your nightly practice. As you drift towards sleep, whisper with serenity, "I rest now in divine health. I awaken, refreshed and renewed. Every cell of me is alive with the power of God." Do not strive, do not argue, do not analyze. Simply speak as one who knows, as one who trusts, as one who has discovered the law of life. With repetition, the old patterns of fear dissolve, the corrupted codes fade, and the subconscious inscribes anew the original design. And as surely as morning follows night, so wholeness will follow faith, so health will follow affirmations, so abundance will follow gratitude. For the subconscious is always at work, and what you whisper in faith before sleep is the command it cannot refuse to obey. Once one has grasped the sacred potency of whispering words of life before sleep, it becomes natural to expand this practice into a more elaborate art, the creation of a mental movie, a vivid and living scene played upon the screen of imagination and impressed upon the subconscious until it accepts it as fact. Joseph Murphy taught that the subconscious cannot distinguish between a real event and an imagined one when the image is accompanied by feeling. It accepts both as truth and goes to work producing conditions to match. Therefore, to rehearse night after night a vision of failure, sickness, or loss is to deliver to the subconscious a command to produce precisely that outcome. But to rehearse instead a vision of success, health, and fulfillment is to provide the subconscious with a divine script to enact in the body in the future. The whispered affirmation supplies the words, and the mental movie supplies the imagery, and together they engrave the pattern deeper than either alone could achieve. Imagine, then, the listener preparing for sleep, not merely repeating words, but stepping into a scene of healing as though it were already accomplished. The man afflicted with disease does not beg for health. He pictures himself running in the open air, feeling strength in his body, hearing the laughter of loved ones as they marvel at his vitality. The woman weighed down with fear does not whisper mechanically, "I am safe," while still imagining danger. She constructs in her inner theater a scene where she walks serenely through life, radiant with peace, embraced by divine light, untouched by harm. The one impoverished does not rehearse lack, but imagines himself writing a generous check, blessing others, receiving gratitude, and feeling the joy of circulation. These scenes, replayed nightly with conviction, sink into the subconscious, and the subconscious, incapable of distinguishing dream from reality, begins to mobilize all inner and outer resources to bring them forth. Murphy insisted that the emotional tone of these movies is the secret ingredient. It is not enough to visualize vaguely. One must feel the joy of accomplishment, the relief of freedom, the peace of health, as though it were already present. He called this the assumption of the feeling of the wish fulfilled. To whisper, "I am healed," and to imagine yourself in pain is contradiction, but to whisper the same and then picture yourself radiant with vitality while feeling gratitude as if the healing were already done is harmony. The subconscious accepts the harmony and begins its work. This is the law behind what modern science calls the placebo effect, and behind what mystics have called answered prayer. The subconscious executes the image charged with faith, whether delivered by medicine, ritual, or whisper. Consider the metaphor of a blueprint handed to a builder. The builder does not question whether the plan is realistic. He does not argue with the architect. He simply builds according to the design. The subconscious is the builder, and the mental movie is the blueprint. Handed a blueprint of health and prosperity, and it constructs those realities with mathematical precision. Handed a blueprint of fear and failure, and it constructs those with equal fidelity. The choice of blueprint is yours, and the moment of greatest opportunity is the twilight of consciousness before sleep, when the builder is most attentive to the plans being submitted. Therefore, Murphy's counsel is both simple and profound. Construct your movie carefully. Fill it with the colors of faith and gratitude. Let it run through your mind as you drift into sleep, and allow the subconscious to play it out upon the stage of life. Night after night persist, even if results seem slow, for repetition is the law of impression. Just as drops of water carve the stone, so repeated images carve themselves into the subconscious until they become reality. Whisper the words, see the scene, Feel the joy and surrender to sleep, confident that the law cannot fail. For what is impressed must be expressed, and what is rehearsed in the theater of the mind will inevitably be enacted in the theater of life. When we begin to see the subconscious not merely as a passive receiver of impressions, but as the living physician, the silent surgeon, the tireless caretaker of our entire organism, then we grasp why Murphy declared it the inner healer. This inner healer is ceaseless in its labor, regulating heartbeat and breath, knitting tissues, mending bones, purifying blood, digesting food, eliminating waste. All without the slightest conscious effort. You do not awaken each morning to remind your heart to beat or your lungs to expand. These functions are carried out with flawless precision by the intelligence dwelling in the subconscious. And this same intelligence which governs the minutiae of life is also responsive to the instructions of your belief. If you feed it fear, it may turn its creative power toward producing illness. If you feed it faith, it directs its resources toward health and vitality. It is impartial, unwearied, inexhaustible, but always obedient. Murphy reminded his students that this inner physician has healed countless wounds and cured innumerable diseases without fanfare simply because it was allowed to function unhindered. He urged them to stop interfering with the process by impressing the subconscious with fear and worry. A cut finger closes without anxiety. A broken bone knits itself with uncanny precision. Why then should we doubt that more complex conditions can be healed? The subconscious knows how. The intelligence that formed your body in the womb, cell by cell, organ by organ, knows also how to restore and renew it. The only obstacle is the contradictory suggestion that denies this truth, the constant rehearsal of sickness and doom that drowns out the voice of faith. Think of a master craftsman working diligently at his bench, shaping wood into a work of art. If the apprentice continually interrupts him with cries of panic, "You are failing, this will not work, disaster is coming," the craftsman cannot work freely, his hands are hindered. But if the apprentice speaks with confidence, "I trust your skill, I know you will finish perfectly," then the craftsman proceeds unhindered, and the work emerges in beauty. The subconscious is that craftsman. Fear is interruption. Faith is cooperation. When you whisper affirmations of health, you are not trying to force the subconscious into action. You are removing interference, allowing it to perform its natural work with divine precision. Murphy's teachings aligned with the ancient wisdom that the body is the temple of the living God. To speak to your subconscious with reverence is to commune with the very presence that dwells within. When you whisper before sleep, "The infinite healing presence restores me now," you are calling upon no distant deity, but the divine physician already active in your bloodstream, in your nervous system, in your DNA. And this physician does not delay. The very moment the subconscious accepts the suggestion, healing processes are set in motion, sometimes subtle, sometimes dramatic, but always real. Even if outward results appear gradual, the inner work is immediate. Just as a seed begins to germinate the instant it is planted, though the sprout may not be visible for days. The metaphor Murphy often used was that of the subconscious as the soil, the suggestion as the seed, and the body as the harvest. If you plant seeds of fear, disease is the crop. If you plant seeds of faith, wholeness is the harvest. The soil does not discriminate. It accepts whatever seed is given. The law is impersonal and absolute. Thus the responsibility rests with you. What will you plant nightly in the fertile ground of your subconscious? Will you scatter weeds of worry, or will you sow golden seeds of health? For the soil will produce accordingly, and the harvest will be inescapable. So, tonight when you lie down, envision yourself in the care of this inner physician. Whisper, "The divine intelligence within me restores and renews every cell of my body. I rest in peace knowing the work is done." Let this be your prescription, your treatment, your medicine. No outer ritual is needed, no desperate plea, only the serene assurance that the inner healer is already at work. And when you awaken, give thanks, for gratitude seals the suggestion and accelerates its expression. In this way, you cooperate with a silent surgeon within, and your body becomes the visible testimony of the eternal law, that the subconscious, when impressed with truth, must express health, harmony, and life abundant. There is perhaps no greater evidence of the law of belief at work than what the world calls the placebo effect, and Joseph Murphy pointed to it as a startling yet undeniable testimony of the subconscious mind's dominion over the body. Time and again, medical journals have recorded cases where patients, given a sugar pill or a harmless injection, experienced profound healing simply because they believed they had received powerful medicine. Tumors shrank, pain dissolved, symptoms vanished, not because of any chemical property of the pill, but because the subconscious, convinced of healing, set in motion the processes that produced it. Murphy seized upon these examples to proclaim a truth far deeper than any pharmacology. It is not the tablet swallowed, but the belief entertained that performs the healing. The subconscious obeys the command of conviction, and the body manifests accordingly. The placebo effect, then, is not anomaly but law, a window into the universal principle that thought governs flesh. Murphy went further, insisting that this same law applies to every area of life. Just as the body responds to belief in medicine, so finances respond to belief in prosperity, relationships to belief in harmony, and destiny to belief in possibility. The subconscious is a mirror, reflecting not what we casually wish, but what we deeply believe. If you believe you are doomed to illness, the subconscious obliges, producing conditions to match. If you believe you are destined to thrive, the subconscious just as obediently arranges the body and the circumstances to fulfill that decree. In this sense, faith is not merely a theological virtue, but a biological power. A spiritual law that edits even the codes of DNA, switching on the genes of vitality, silencing the programs of decay, and orchestrating the symphony of health. Your faith literally speaks louder than your genes. To illustrate, Murphy loved to cite cases of men and women who defied hereditary disease by sheer conviction of health. Families where every ancestor had succumbed to a certain illness often produced individuals who broke the pattern entirely, not by external advantage, but by internal belief. They refused to accept the curse of heredity, affirming instead the law of divine health, and the subconscious, receiving this new pattern, rewrote the story of their bodies. Science calls it anomaly. Murphy calls it law. The subconscious always expresses what it is impressed with most deeply, and belief is the pen that writes the impression. The metaphor is simple, yet profound. DNA is like a vast library of books, some volumes filled with stories of health, others with tales of sickness, some chapters of joy, others of despair. Belief is the librarian who decides which book is opened, which chapter is read aloud, which story is allowed to unfold in the stage of the body. If you believe in weakness, the subconscious takes that book off the shelf and reads it until it becomes your experience. If you believe in strength, the subconscious selects a different volume and reads that instead. The library contains many possibilities, but the voice of belief determines which story becomes your reality. And so Murphy's challenge is as clear as it is liberating. What story are you allowing to be read into your life? Are you passively accepting the tale of heredity, doom, and inevitability? Or are you actively selecting the chapter of divine health, abundance, and freedom? Each night before sleep, you have the power to hand the subconscious a new script, a new page, a new decree. Whisper, I choose a story of life. I choose a book of health. I choose a chapter of renewal. Repeat it until you feel it. Imagine it until you believe it. Believe it until the subconscious accepts it. For once belief is established, the law takes over, and the subconscious must express it. Thus, the so-called placebo effect is not a curiosity but the very demonstration of divine law. It proves that your belief commands your body, that your faith edits your DNA, that your conviction writes the script of your future. What science glimpses as mystery, Murphy proclaims as principle. The subconscious is the faithful servant of belief, and belief itself is the voice of God within you declaring what shall be. Therefore, stand guard over your faith. Whisper only what you desire, impress only what uplifts, and let every night be the rehearsal of the reality you choose to see expressed in the morning. For as surely as seed produces harvest, so faith produces form, and your world, your body, your very cells will unfailingly echo the story your belief has chosen. If belief is the engine of transformation, then its greatest enemies are the silent saboteurs that creep into the subconscious in the form of fear, doubt, guilt, resentment, and self-condemnation. For these corrosive states act like distortions in the code of life, bending the perfect script of divine order into twisted sequences of dis-ease and disorder. Joseph Murphy warned with relentless clarity that negative emotions are not harmless moods that pass unnoticed. They are active suggestions impressed upon the subconscious, whispered decrees that are obeyed as faithfully as affirmations of health and abundance. Fear, rehearsed long enough, becomes a standing command for the subconscious to produce danger and sickness. Guilt, nurtured for years, programs the body to punish itself with pain and failure. Resentment poisons the well of vitality, filling the bloodstream with the chemical echoes of bitterness. Inferiority binds the soul with chains of unworthiness, convincing the subconscious that it must withhold blessing. These emotions are not passive, they are directives, coding the DNA with corrupted instructions until the body itself mirrors the inner turmoil. Murphy's prescription for these poisons was not repression but substitution. Just as darkness cannot be fought with fists but must be displaced with light, so fear is not to be suppressed but dissolved by faith, guilt not to be ignored but released through forgiveness, resentment not to be justified but transmuted into love, inferiority not to be endured but replaced with the recognition of divine sonship. He would say again and again, the subconscious accepts whatever is impressed upon it with feeling and repetition. It does not distinguish between poison and antidote. It only knows how to obey. Thus, the task of the seeker is to choose carefully the emotional tones that saturate the subconscious. For those tones become the atmosphere in which every cell breathes, the environment in which DNA expresses, the invisible climate of the future itself. Picture your inner life as a vast garden. Fear is a choking weed, guilt a creeping vine, resentment a thorn bush, inferiority a pest gnawing at the roots. Left unchecked, they overrun the soil, strangling the flowers of health and joy. But the garden need not be abandoned, for the soil remains fertile, always ready to grow what is planted. The weeds can be uprooted by planting new seeds, faith that blossoms into courage, forgiveness that grows into freedom, gratitude that blooms into joy, self-worth that rises into abundance. Nightly whispers are the act of planting. Repeated affirmations are the watering. Emotional conviction is the sunlight. Given time and persistence, the garden transforms, not because the weeds were fought, but because the flowers outgrew them, because the soil was impressed with a higher pattern. Consider how this works in the laboratory of life. A man steeped in fear of illness may find his body manifesting the very symptoms he dreads. For the subconscious, hearing daily the emotional command of fear obliges with obedience. Yet if that same man, instead of rehearsing his dread, begins nightly to whisper, I am filled with divine courage. Every cell of me vibrates with love and strength. And if he couples these words with the image of radiant health, the subconscious gradually abandons the old program of fear and installs the new code of vitality. The body then responds accordingly. Symptoms fade and health is restored. The law is impartial. Fear and faith are both seeds, but they bear different fruit. Murphy knew that emotions are not incidental to prayer, they are its very essence. To affirm with cold lips but anxious heart is to impress fear, not faith. To whisper words of love while harboring resentment is to sow thorns and roses together, leaving the soil confused and the harvest mixed. Therefore, he urged his students to align their feelings with their words, to let the whisper before sleep be more than empty syllables, to let it be charged with the warmth of conviction. For once the subconscious feels the emotional force behind the words, it accepts them as commands and the cells respond. And so, the work of cleansing fear and installing faith is not dramatic but deliberate. Each night before you sleep, take a single poison and replace it with its antidote. Whisper, I dissolve all fear, I rest in divine courage. Or, I release all resentment, love fills me now. Or, I forgive myself completely, I am free in God's grace. Or, I am worthy, I am chosen, I am a child of infinite intelligence. Repeat until you feel the truth stirring within, even faintly, for that faint stirring is the seed taking root. And know with certainty that the subconscious is already receiving the new code, already inscribing it into the body, already orchestrating the expression of harmony. For negative emotions may poison, but faith, love, forgiveness, and worthiness are the antidotes that heal, and once impressed, they must be expressed. Until the body and the future shine once more with the order of divine perfection. Among all the poisons that warp the inner code, Joseph Murphy placed particular emphasis on resentment, for he recognized it as one of the most subtle yet most destructive distortions of the subconscious pattern. Resentment is a secret fire smoldering in the heart, often hidden from others but burning continuously within, releasing toxic impressions that the subconscious accepts as law. The one who resents believes they are punishing the offender, yet in truth they are punishing themselves, feeding their subconscious a steady diet of bitterness that manifests as ulcers in the stomach, tension in the nerves, rigidity in the joints, or even chronic poverty in affairs. For the subconscious does not distinguish between past and present. It obeys the vivid emotion impressed upon it, and resentment replays the injury, as though it were happening anew each day. Thus the body and the life echo the grievance, producing disorder, disharmony, and disease as faithful reflections of the unresolved inner script. Murphy's solution was radical in its simplicity: forgiveness. He taught that forgiveness is not condoning injustice, nor pretending the offense never occurred. It is releasing the emotional poison so that the subconscious may once again reflect divine order. Forgiveness, he declared, is not for the offender, but for the soul of the one who forgives, for only then is the prison of bitterness unlocked. He would tell his students, you are mentally tied to the person you hate or resent. The more you hate, the more you are bound to them. The only way to be free is to cut the cord with love. When you whisper before sleep, I freely and fully forgive everyone, including myself. Divine love floods my heart and sets me free. You are in effect erasing the corrupted lines in the subconscious code, allowing the original blueprint of harmony to shine again. Theologically, forgiveness restores alignment with the Christ principle. Jesus declared, forgive, and you shall be forgiven, not as a moral recommendation, but as a spiritual law. The subconscious, when cleansed of resentment, becomes receptive once more to the flow of divine blessing. Holding on to grudges blocks this flow as surely as a clogged artery blocks the circulation of blood. Just as the body weakens when circulation is obstructed, so the soul weakens when love is withheld. To forgive, then, is to restore circulation, to let life and health and abundance flow freely again. And when forgiveness is impressed deeply into the subconscious, even hereditary patterns of bitterness and disease dissolve, for love is the most potent antidote, the universal solvent of all poison. Murphy would often share testimonies of those who experienced immediate transformation through forgiveness. He told of a woman tormented by arthritis. her joints stiffened by years of resentment against her former husband. No medicine brought relief. No treatment dissolved the pain. At last, under Murphy's counsel, she began nightly to whisper, "I release him completely. I forgive him and set him free. I am free, and God's love fills me." At first she resisted, clinging to her anger, but with persistence she began to feel a softening within, a loosening of the tight grip of bitterness. Within weeks, her pain subsided, her mobility returned, her face glowed with vitality. The subconscious, once saturated with resentment, had received a new command, and the body followed in obedience. What medicine could not accomplish, forgiveness did, because the true disease had never been in the joints but in the heart. Philosophically, forgiveness is the ultimate act of rewriting destiny. To hold resentment is to keep reading the same chapter of pain, to replay endlessly the same scene of betrayal. To forgive is to close that book and open a new one, to hand the subconscious a fresh script untainted by bitterness. Each night that you whisper forgiveness, you hand your DNA a new command, and it begins to express vitality instead of decay, peace instead of tension, freedom instead of bondage. The past may remain in memory, but its power over your future dissolves, for the subconscious no longer feeds upon it. So tonight, if resentment has been gnawing at your heart, let this be your ritual. Close your eyes. Imagine the one you resent standing before you and whisper with feeling, "I release you. I forgive you. I set you free, and I am free." If self-condemnation burdens you, whisper, "I forgive myself completely. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of life." Do this nightly, and know that each repetition is dissolving the poison, restoring circulation, cleansing the subconscious of corrupted images, and allowing the divine pattern of health to emerge. For forgiveness is not weakness but strength, not surrender but victory, not loss but liberation. It is the act of reclaiming your future from the grip of the past, the spiritual surgery that removes the tumor of resentment and restores the body to harmony. And in the silence of sleep, the subconscious cleansed of poison begins again to reflect the radiant order of divine life. When one finally reaches the place of inner release, where resentment has been dissolved and fear has been transmuted into faith, there arises a profound realization that the self one has been lamenting, repairing, and struggling to improve was never the true self at all. Joseph Murphy proclaimed with absolute certainty that the new you is not something laboriously built from scraps of brokenness, but the eternal reality that has always been present beneath the layers of illusion. The divine blueprint, hidden beneath the false suggestions of heredity and the scars of past impressions, is indestructible, and when you align with it, you are not creating a new life so much as uncovering the one that was written from the beginning. This is why Murphy insisted that healing and prosperity are not extraordinary miracles but restorations, not interventions from outside, but reassertions of what is already within. To declare, "I am whole," is not to fantasize but to remember, to affirm, "I prosper," is not to fabricate but to awaken what infinite intelligence has coded into the very fabric of your being. Philosophically, this understanding brings to rest the age-old conflict between fate and free will. You are neither a pawn condemned to the rigid determinism of genetic fate nor a wanderer lost in the universe of chaos. Rather, you are a co-creator with God, endowed with the freedom to choose whether you will align with the corrupted image impressed by fear or the eternal image impressed by spirit. Fate is not the tyranny of genes, but the inertia of belief. Freedom is not licensed to invent a self ex nihilo, but the sacred right to reclaim the divine script that was written for you. When you say, "I am new," you are not constructing something alien to your being. You are clearing away the dust, polishing the mirror, opening the shutters, so that the light of the eternal self may shine unobstructed. Murphy loved to use the metaphor of a software update long before such language became common. He would say that your subconscious is like a great computer, always running programs. Some of these programs are corrupted beliefs of sickness, codes of failure, inherited lines of poverty, yet behind them lies the original program written by the infinite, flawless, radiant, eternal. When you whisper affirmations of wholeness and prosperity, you are downloading that original program anew, erasing the malware of fear and guilt, restoring the system to its pristine condition. Just as a machine riddled with errors can be restored by reinstalling its original operating system, so too can your life be restored by reasserting the divine reality that has never been lost. The process is not one of frantic labor, but of quiet alignment, of trusting that the original code is intact and allowing it to govern once again. Consider the testimony of those who, after years of illness or despair, suddenly declared with conviction, "I will not live this way any longer. I am a child of God. I claim my health, my joy, my abundance now." Such declarations, when repeated with faith, have turned lives around dramatically. The outward world may scoff and call it coincidence, yet Murphy assures us it is law. The moment the subconscious accepts the new image, it must express it. The new self appears, not because it was created in that instant, but because it was waiting, concealed beneath falsehood, longing to be revealed. This is the deeper meaning of the Apostle Paul's words. "Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." Transformation is not fabrication, it is revelation. Renewal is not invention, it is remembrance. Therefore, let this truth settle into the heart. The new you is already written. Your DNA is not a fixed decree of limitation, but the parchment upon which the divine code of perfection lies inscribed. False impressions may have smudged the ink, but they cannot erase it. Each night when you whisper, "I am whole, I am free, I am radiant with divine life," you are not imagining something impossible, but reasserting what is eternally true. The subconscious accepts the reminder. The cells obey the command, and the body, circumstances, and future align with a restored pattern. The work is not to struggle for a distant goal, but to accept the present reality of the divine self. Whisper it, visualize it, feel it, and know that even now the eternal blueprint is reasserting itself, and the new you is not coming, the new you is already here. As this realization deepens that the eternal pattern of perfection is already inscribed within, and that the so-called new you is simply the unveiling of what has always been true, the soul naturally turns its gaze forward and begins to contemplate the nature of the future. Joseph Murphy declared without hesitation that the future is not a cruel lottery, nor the unfolding of blind heredity, nor the product of indifferent fate, but the child of faith. Just as the subconscious obeys the commands whispered into it regarding the body, so it likewise obeys the commands regarding destiny, opportunity, relationships, prosperity, and every aspect of life. The images you impress upon the subconscious, repeated with emotion and faith, are the seeds of your tomorrows, and the future grows precisely in accordance with them. Thus he could boldly affirm, "Your subconscious mind is the womb of creation. It receives the seed of your thought and belief and brings it forth in your experience." To grasp this truth is to step out of the narrow corridors of fear and into the spacious halls of possibility. Many go through life with a tragic script running silently in the background. I will always fail. Nothing ever works for me. Sickness is inevitable. Love will always pass me by. These inner monologues, repeated daily, become the subconscious blueprint, and the future obligingly reflects them in circumstance after circumstance. But just as surely, one can choose to plant a different script, whispering nightly, "I am guided by divine wisdom. Every step I take leads to fulfillment. My body is radiant with health. Love surrounds me and flows through me. Abundance is mine by divine right." With persistence, these whispers become accepted by the subconscious, and once accepted, the future bends to accommodate them, for it has no choice. Philosophically, this unveils a staggering freedom. Destiny is not an immutable decree carved in stone by ancestors or biology. It is a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of faith. The subconscious is the silent artist, and belief is the hand that guides its brush. If you hand it the paints of fear and unworthiness, it will render a bleak future of lack and sickness. If you hand it the colors of faith, joy, and love, it will paint a radiant panorama of opportunity and wholeness. The law is impartial and exact. The picture you hold with feeling is the picture that life will display upon the screen of time. Murphy would illustrate this with the parable of the farmer. The subconscious is the soil, the seeds are your thoughts, and the harvest is your future. The soil does not argue, does not discriminate, does not say, "This seed is noble, that seed is ignoble." It accepts all seeds impartially and brings them forth in their season. Likewise, the subconscious accepts whatever seeds you plant, and the future is simply the harvest of those seeds. To fear tomorrow is to plant weeds. To expect blessing is to sow golden grain. And the harvest is as certain as sunrise. Therefore, the practice of whispering before sleep is not only for bodily healing, but for destiny itself. As you lie down each night, you are in fact programming your future. Every affirmation is a decree, every visualization a blueprint, every emotion a seed. Whisper, "My path is guided. Doors open before me. Divine order directs my steps. I am destined to flourish." Feel the truth of it, as though already lived. See yourself walking with confidence into opportunities, rejoicing in fulfilled relationships, thriving in perfect health. The subconscious, receiving this movie of the future, accepts it and begins orchestrating the conditions to express it. And so Murphy calls you to embrace your future not with dread but with reverence and expectation, knowing that it is not a random unfolding but the direct offspring of the beliefs you impress tonight. Say to yourself, "My future is not my heredity. My future is not my fear. My future is the child of my faith." Whisper this with conviction. Let it sink deep into the soil of your subconscious, and know that as surely as a seed grows into its likeness, your faith will grow into the visible form of your destiny. For the future is not waiting to ambush you. It is waiting to be born from you. And faith is the midwife that brings it into the world. Now, having walked through the recognition of inner poisons, the reassertion of the divine blueprint, and the understanding that the future is the child of faith, Joseph Murphy brings us at last to the practical climax, the ritual of nightly integration. All knowledge remains abstract until it is applied. All principles remain dormant until they are embodied in practice. He knew that transformation does not come from occasional bursts of inspiration, but from steady repetition, the deliberate impressing of truth upon the subconscious until it becomes second nature. And so he prescribed a sacred routine to be performed at the close of each day, a ceremony so simple in form, yet so profound in power that it has the potential to alter the trajectory of a life. He called it speaking to the subconscious before sleep, but in truth it is nothing less than rewriting the code of destiny. The ritual begins with relaxation. One lies down and deliberately releases the tension of the body. For the body at rest signals to the subconscious that it is safe to receive. Breath deepens, muscles loosen, the chatter of the conscious mind begins to subside. In this softened state, the guard of reason is lowered, and the fertile soil of the subconscious lies open. Here is the golden gate, the moment of supreme influence, the sacred twilight when suggestion penetrates without resistance. Into this state one whispers words not of fear, not of complaint, but of deliberate truth. I am whole. I am free. I am guided by divine wisdom. Every cell of my being vibrates with the order of God. Then the ritual expands into visualization. The words are clothed with images. A radiant stream of light flowing through the body, strands of DNA glowing and singing in harmony, doors of opportunity opening before the seeker, relationships filled with joy, finances flowing like rivers of supply. These pictures, vivid and emotionally charged, act as blueprints for the subconscious to follow. One sees the healed body, the flourishing life, the fulfilled destiny, and allows the feeling of accomplishment to settle in as though it were already true. Gratitude swells not gratitude for what is hoped for, but gratitude for what is received now. For Murphy insisted that gratitude is the seal of faith, the final touch that tells the subconscious, this is done. The ritual continues with forgiveness. For what use is it to affirm health if resentment corrodes the soul, or to affirm abundance if guilt blocks the flow of supply? So before sleep, one whispers, I release all who have hurt me. I forgive freely and fully. I forgive myself. Love fills me now. These words, even if at first resisted by the conscious mind, are heard and accepted by the subconscious when repeated with sincerity. And once forgiveness is impressed, the poisons dissolve, circulation is restored, and the channels of blessing are opened wide. Finally comes surrender. Having spoken truth, painted images, felt gratitude, and released resentment, one rests in faith that the subconscious will now do the work. No straining, no analyzing, no anxious watching for results. Just quiet trust, the assurance that infinite intelligence, which heals wounds and makes the heart beat without conscious command, is now at work fulfilling the decree. One falls asleep in this assurance, and while the conscious mind dreams, the subconscious is laboring, inscribing the new code upon the body and the future, weaving the pattern of wholeness into the very fabric of life. Murphy's call to action is clear. Perform this ritual for 21 nights. For repetition engrave suggestion into permanence. Whisper the affirmations, see the images, feel the gratitude, extend the forgiveness, surrender to the process, and watch as the subconscious, faithful servant of belief, translates these impressions into visible reality. The transformation may be gradual, or sudden, subtle, or dramatic, but it is inevitable, for the law cannot fail. What is impressed must be expressed. The DNA will obey, the cells will respond, the circumstances will rearrange, the future will be rewritten. So tonight, take this practice as your sacred work. Lie down in peace. Whisper truth into your heart, paint visions of health and abundance, forgive freely, surrender joyfully, and drift into sleep with the assurance that the miracle is already underway. For you are not bound by the past, you are not shackled by heredity, you are not imprisoned by fear. You are the living temple of God, the co-creator with infinite spirit, the author of a destiny that begins not tomorrow but tonight. In the whispers you speak to your subconscious, as you step into the healing silence of sleep. As this journey comes full circle, Joseph Murphy leaves us with the great declaration of faith alignment, the final word that seals the work of suggestion and anchors the soul in the eternal present. I am whole now. Not tomorrow, not one day in the future, not when evidence appears, but now. For Murphy taught that the subconscious mind lives only in the eternal present. It knows nothing of the future tense, and therefore any suggestion framed in postponement is perpetually delayed. To say, I will be healed, is to impress a command that healing is always somewhere ahead, never here. But to say, I am healed now, is to speak in the only language the subconscious understands, the language of the immediate. And once the subconscious accepts this declaration as fact, it begins at once to bring it into expression. This final declaration is more than affirmation. It is identity. To say, I am whole, is to align oneself with the divine blueprint, to merge the conscious self with the eternal self that has never been touched by sickness or defeat. It is to remember, as the mystics have always proclaimed, that the I Am is the name of God, the creative word by which the worlds were framed. Thus, when you whisper, I am whole, You are not merely speaking positively. You are invoking the creative name, aligning your consciousness with infinite being, declaring in faith what has always been true in spirit. And spirit, once affirmed, must manifest in matter, for the unseen is the parent of the seen, and what is affirmed in the invisible is compelled to appear in the visible. Murphy urged that this declaration be made with feeling, for words alone do not penetrate. To whisper, "I am whole now," while inwardly fearing illness, is to cancel the suggestion. But to whisper it with quiet confidence, to let the words swell into a feeling of peace, to imagine the body already radiant, to see in the mind's eye the DNA glowing with divine order, is to impress the subconscious with truth. And the subconscious, impartial and tireless, begins immediately to adjust every process of the body and every thread of destiny to align with that truth. It is as though the words are keys turning in the locks of every cell, opening them to the inflow of divine light. Philosophically, this act of declaring the present reality of wholeness resolves the tension between appearance and truth. Appearances may scream of pain, but the declaration insists upon the deeper reality of health. Appearances may display lack, but the affirmation claims abundance as the eternal fact. Appearances may echo fear, but the whisper asserts faith. In this way, the soul is not denying what the senses perceive, it is choosing which reality to enthrone as law. Murphy taught that when there is a conflict between the evidence of the senses and the conviction of faith, the subconscious obeys the conviction. Thus, to declare "I am whole now" is to choose faith over fear, truth over appearance, divine law over human limitation, and so this becomes the crowning practice. Each night after affirmations, imagery, forgiveness, and gratitude, end with this final declaration. Whisper slowly with reverence, "I am whole, I am free, I am filled with divine life now." Let the words sink deep. Let the feeling of peace spread through the body like warm light. See yourself rising in the morning renewed, walking through the day in strength, radiating joy to those around you. Fall asleep in this state, and know that as you sleep, the subconscious is carrying out the decree, inscribing it into your DNA, orchestrating every cell to vibrate with harmony. Murphy would insist that this is not wishful thinking but spiritual science, not optimism but law. The declaration is the final seal upon the nightly ritual, the imprint that lingers in the subconscious through the hours of slumber. And when repeated night after night, it becomes not merely a suggestion but a conviction, not merely a practice but a way of being. Then, inevitably the body and the future conform, for the subconscious must express what it has been impressed with. Thus the declaration, "I am whole now," is the doorway into the lived reality of wholeness, the bridge between unseen spirit and visible form, the signature of faith upon the canvas of life. Having impressed upon the mind the final declaration of wholeness, Joseph Murphy would not allow his students to end the practice in isolation or passivity, but he would call them to carry this truth outward into the daily rhythm of life, into the collective consciousness of humanity itself. For to whisper health for yourself and then to withhold it from others is to divide the subconscious against itself, to plant seeds of harmony in one row of the garden while sowing weeds of envy and judgment in another. Murphy taught that the law of life is circulation. What you impress for yourself, you must wish for others. What you affirm within must radiate without. What you declare in secret must become your atmosphere in public. Thus he urged that the practice of nightly affirmation culminate in a call to action, a deliberate choice to share, to practice, to embody, and to extend the law into the wider field of human experience. This is why he would often end his lectures with a charge. Go and practice this truth. Say it every morning and every evening. Share it with someone ready to be healed. Write it down, repeat it, and live in it until it lives in you. He knew that repetition engraves suggestion, but he also knew that community strengthens conviction. To declare aloud, "I am ready to receive divine help," and to see it echoed by others creates a collective impression, magnifying the faith of each individual. And just as one voice can whisper health into its own subconscious, so many voices can create a wave of faith that stirs the atmosphere of a home, a congregation, even a society. The subconscious mind of humanity, too, is subject to impression, and Murphy envisioned a world gradually rewritten by multitudes whispering truth instead of fear, blessing instead of curse, faith instead of fatalism. The practical call to action, then, is both intimate and expansive. On the intimate level, he urged every student to make the ritual of whispering affirmations before sleep a non-negotiable practice. Not once, not occasionally, but nightly, until it becomes as natural as brushing one's teeth or closing one's eyes. He warned that the subconscious is impressionable not only by deliberate whispers but by every thought allowed to linger, and thus vigilance is required. Choose carefully the final words of the day, for they are the seeds of tomorrow. On the expansive level, he urged students to share this truth with those in need, not with argument or coercion, but with testimony and invitation. To say, "This has worked for me, try it for yourself," is to extend the healing current outward, and in doing so, to strengthen one's own conviction. Murphy tied this practice to the principle of giving and receiving. Just as circulation is the law of blood in the body and of wealth in the world, so circulation is the law of truth in the soul. When you share an affirmation with another, when you encourage them to whisper faith instead of fear, you are not depleting your own store, but multiplying it. The subconscious, impressed with generosity, responds by expanding your own experience of abundance. Thus, the call to action is also the guarantee of increase. Give away the truth, and it returns to you magnified. And so the chapter closes with a visionary image. Humanity is a choir, each individual a voice whispering in the silence before sleep, not of doom or resentment, but of health, love, abundance, and faith. As these whispers multiply, the subconscious of humanity itself is rewritten, the collective DNA of the species recoded with harmony instead of hatred, with life instead of fear. In this vision lies the hope of a world transformed not by force or decree, but by the steady, persistent practice of individuals aligning their subconscious with the divine pattern. Murphy saw in this not only personal healing, but the dawn of a new humanity, one whisper at a time. So let the call resound. Tonight, whisper truth, and tomorrow live it. Share it with someone in need. Invite them to join you in this nightly ritual, and together write upon the tablet of the subconscious a new future. Write in your own heart, "I rewrite my future now," and let it echo in the hearts of others. For the word spoken in faith never returns void. It multiplies, circulates, and transforms. And when enough voices whisper, the world itself awakens to its divine inheritance, and the prophecy is fulfilled. Behold, I make all things new. There is, at the conclusion of Murphy's great discourse, a vision far larger than the personal quest for health or prosperity. For the law of the subconscious is not confined to the individual, but extends outward into the collective field of humanity. Just as each man and woman carries a subconscious mind that accepts suggestion and expresses it in body and circumstance, so too does the race mind, the vast subconscious of the species, absorb the repeated affirmations, fears, and expectations of billions, and express them as the conditions of history. Wars, poverty, epidemics, progress, revival, all these, Murphy hinted, are but the collective harvest of what humanity has planted in its shared subconscious soil. And so, when an individual whispers before sleep, it is never only for themselves. Each whisper is a thread woven into the tapestry of the world, When one person dissolves resentment and replaces it with love, they are not only healing their own selves but altering the vibration of the collective, tipping the balance toward harmony. The law is impartial, and it magnifies whatever is impressed, whether in the mind of one or the mind of all. This is why Murphy placed such emphasis on the responsibility of the awakened soul. To know that the subconscious expresses what is impressed is to be entrusted with immense creative power. It is not merely about personal healing, but about adding one's voice to the chorus that shapes the destiny of humanity. He would say, "Every prayer you whisper before sleep is not only for you, but for the world. As you affirm love, you spread love. As you affirm peace, you breathe peace into the atmosphere. As you affirm abundance, you enrich the soil of humanity itself." Thus, the nightly ritual becomes not only medicine for the individual, but intercession for the race, a way of participating in the slow but certain reprogramming of human destiny. Picture a world where millions, instead of rehearsing fear each night, close their eyes and whisper affirmations of divine order. Picture homes where resentment is dissolved in forgiveness before the family drifts into sleep, where children are taught to say, "I am loved, I am guided, I am whole," instead of carrying their anxieties into dreams. Imagine nations where leaders, instead of feeding fear, impress upon their people visions of unity, prosperity, and peace. The law of the subconscious would respond on a planetary scale as surely as it does within a single body. Diseases would retreat as faith replaced fear. Poverty would dissolve as prosperity, consciousness spread. Wars would subside as forgiveness displaced resentment. For the collective future, too, is the child of faith, and the subconscious of humanity will always express the image it is most persistently given. Murphy foresaw this possibility as the next stage of evolution, not biological adaptation, but spiritual awakening, not genetic mutation, but the rewriting of collective spiritual DNA. The code of hatred, fear, and division has been impressed for centuries, and its harvest has been centuries of suffering. But he knew that a new code could be written, one of love, harmony, and abundance, and that it begins with individuals faithfully whispering truth each night. Each seed planted in the personal subconscious sends ripples into the race mind, and when enough seeds are sown, the harvest becomes inevitable. This is why he urged his listeners to persist, even when their personal results seemed small, for their whispers were not wasted. They were drops in an ocean that, when multiplied, would change the tides of history. And so, at the close of this teaching, the invitation is not only to heal your own body or to prosper your own life, but to see yourself as a participant in the grand restoration of humanity. Whisper not only "I am whole," but also humanity is whole. Love governs the world. Divine wisdom guides all people. Peace reigns on earth. These words, whispered in faith, are impressions impressed not only on your own subconscious, but on the collective subconscious, and they must bear fruit in due time. You become both healer and prophet, both patient and physician, both individual and world builder. Thus, the chapter widens to a universal horizon. As you whisper tonight, remember that you are not alone in your bed. You are part of a chorus of awakening souls, whispering truth into the silence, rewriting not only your own DNA, but the spiritual genetics of the race. And when that chorus grows strong enough, when the night is filled with the murmur of faith instead of fear, then indeed the prophecy will come to pass. The old world will dissolve, the new world will emerge, and the subconscious of humanity will reveal at last the radiant blueprint of God. And now, as the journey reaches its radiant summit, Joseph Murphy would gather all these truths into one final vision. The recognition that what you whisper in secret becomes the architecture of your destiny, that every syllable uttered in the silence of your heart is a seed falling into the soil of the subconscious, and that no seed is ever lost. He would say, Guard your words, for they are creative. Guard your thoughts, for they are builders. Guard your feelings, for they are the fire that forges reality. And with this reminder, he pressed his students into the deepest awareness that they are not bystanders in the universe, not victims of heredity, not pawns of fate, but luminous co-creators endowed with the divine prerogative to rewrite their lives and by extension to participate in rewriting the life of the world. For the subconscious is the servant, the soil, the builder, the physician, and it never rests. It is always working, always producing, always bringing forth what it has been impressed with. The only question is whether it will continue to reproduce the weeds of fear or the flowers of faith, the poisons of resentment or the elixirs of love. This final practice, then, becomes not a matter of occasional devotion but a way of life. The nightly whisper is not only a technique for healing but the rhythm of existence itself, the pulse of a soul that has learned to live in harmony with divine law. Every evening is a chance to wipe the slate of the day clean, to forgive what needs forgiving, to affirm what needs affirming, to envision what must be envisioned. And every morning becomes the harvest of what was sown in the secret chamber of sleep. Thus life itself becomes a cycle of sowing and reaping, of whispering and waking, of planting and harvesting. The seeker no longer drifts in chaos, but lives deliberately, consciously, reverently, aware that the invisible is always becoming visible, and that what is whispered in the quiet inevitably echoes in the open. Murphy would point out that even the simplest affirmation, when spoken with faith, is a spark of divine fire. A man who nightly whispers, "I am guided," may find doors opening he never imagined. A woman who repeats, "I am love," may awaken to relationships suffused with warmth and healing. A child who is taught to say, "I am safe, I am strong," may grow in resilience and courage that confounds heredity. These are not coincidences, but correspondences, the exact outworking of the law that the subconscious must express what it is impressed with. And the great secret is that the power is already yours. You have always been whispering to your subconscious, whether in faith or fear. The invitation is to whisper consciously, deliberately, lovingly, until every word you speak is aligned with the divine order. At this closing moment, then, let us gather the practices into a single breath. Tonight, as you rest, relax the body and quiet the mind. Whisper gently, "I am whole now. Every cell of me vibrates with divine life. I forgive and release all. I am guided into my perfect future. I give thanks that it is so." See the images of health, abundance, and joy as though they were already real. Feel the gratitude as though it were already received. Rest in the assurance that infinite intelligence is at work, that the subconscious has accepted the decree, and that the law is unfailing. Fall asleep not in fear but in faith, not in anxiety but in peace, not in doubt but in gratitude. For this is the final seal. Surrender to the law, trust the process, and know that what is impressed tonight is already being expressed in the silent workshop of the subconscious. And tomorrow, when you awaken, walk in expectancy. Do not look anxiously for signs, but move confidently as one who knows that the seed is growing. Speak kindly, act generously, think nobly, for every outer action reinforces the inner pattern. Live as though the healing were already complete, the prosperity already flowing, the joy already accomplished, because in truth it is in the invisible, in the subconscious, in the divine code that has already been reasserted. The visible will follow inevitably, irresistibly, in perfect order. Thus the circle is closed. What you whisper before sleep rewrites your DNA, reshapes your future, reawakens the divine blueprint, and reasserts the eternal truth of who you are. And as more souls join in this practice, whispering faith into the silence, humanity itself will awaken to its inheritance, For the final word of Joseph Murphy's teaching is not limitation but liberation, not fate but freedom, not despair but divine destiny. And so the whisper becomes the roar, the private practice becomes the public transformation, and the individual affirmation becomes the hymn of a new humanity. Behold, I am whole, I am free, I am the child of God now. In the luminous afterglow of all these truths, Joseph Murphy would impress upon the earnest seeker that the journey is never meant to end with a single declaration or a temporary burst of inspiration. Rather, it is the steady rhythm of daily practice that cements the law into lived experience. One whisper is like a spark in the dark. Repeated whispers become a flame. Persistent whispers become a fire that can never be extinguished. He knew well that the subconscious accepts repetition as authority, and so he urged his listeners to take these teachings not as lofty theories, but as practical tools to be wielded with consistency. Night after night, affirmation after affirmation, visualization after visualization, gratitude after gratitude, these are the bricks with which a new destiny is built, each laid gently and faithfully, until the structure of life reflects the architecture of spirit. The subconscious never tires, never ceases, never argues. It only awaits instruction, and its obedience is as certain as sunrise. He often reminded his audience that the great error of many seekers is impatience, the restless demand for instant results, the anxious tearing up of the seed to see if it has sprouted. Yet Murphy taught that the law is infallible. What is impressed must be expressed, but the timing of expression belongs to the subconscious and the infinite wisdom that governs it. Just as a farmer sows and trusts the season, watering patiently and waiting for harvest, so must the spiritual farmer sow affirmations and images into the subconscious, and then rest in faith, knowing that growth is occurring invisibly. To demand instant manifestation is to uproot the process with doubt. To rest in assurance is to allow it to unfold perfectly. This is why he urged seekers to end their nightly ritual not with tension but with surrender, not with frantic longing but with quiet trust. I give thanks that it is done. I release it now to the divine within me. Such surrender removes the last obstacle and allows the subconscious to work unhindered. Murphy also emphasized the importance of weaving these truths into the daytime hours. While the night is the golden gate, the day is the field in which the seeds are tested. If one whispers faith at night but spends the day rehearsing fear, the soil is muddied, the harvest delayed. But if one aligns daytime thought with nighttime affirmation, then the entire life becomes a continuous suggestion to the subconscious, harmonized and powerful. He advised students to carry short affirmations into the day, repeating them inwardly whenever fear or doubt appeared. I am whole now. Divine order governs my life. I prosper in all my ways. These brief repetitions reinforce the nightly practice, reminding the subconscious of its task and preventing the weeds of worry from taking root. And finally, he would close with a reminder that gratitude is the crowning jewel of all practice. Gratitude is faith in action, the soul's way of declaring that the blessing is already real, that the prayer is already answered, that the seed is already sprouting. To give thanks before evidence appears is to impress upon the subconscious the conviction that the thing is done, and once impressed, expression is inevitable. Gratitude transforms, whispering from mechanical repetition into living communion, from dry habit into joyful ceremony. Each night, after affirmations and imagery and forgiveness, he urged his students to whisper simply, "Thank you, Infinite Spirit, for the healing, for the supply, for the joy that fills my life now." And in that thankfulness, the subconscious rests in certainty and the soul sleeps in peace. So the teaching ends not as a conclusion, but as a beginning, a perpetual invitation to practice, to whisper, to believe, to live. For the power to rewrite the future lies not in distant stars, nor in ancestral chains, but in the quiet syllables spoken before sleep, the images painted upon the inner screen, the feelings of gratitude embraced in the heart. Whoever practices faithfully will prove the law for themselves, and in proving it they will stand as a living testimony that destiny is not inherited but created, not fixed but fluid, not chained but free. And thus, night after night, whisper by whisper, faith becomes flesh, thought becomes destiny, and the seeker awakens to the sublime reality that they are indeed the author of their future and the custodian of the divine code written within. At the ultimate horizon of Murphy's vision stands the recognition that the power of the subconscious, once mastered and aligned with divine order, extends beyond personal transformation into the realm of universal uplift. He would remind his students that no whisper of truth is ever wasted, that each word of faith spoken in the silence of one heart reverberates in the collective consciousness of humanity. Just as a single drop falling into a pond sends ripples across the whole surface, so too does a single affirmation, charged with faith, ripple outward into the race mind, influencing unseen currents and adding its vibration to the chorus of creation. To whisper, "I am whole," is to bless not only your own body, but to contribute to the reassertion of wholeness in the human family. To declare, "I forgive," is to release not only your own subconscious from bondage, but to lighten the psychic atmosphere of the world itself. Thus, the nightly practice is both intimate and cosmic, personal and universal, a private ritual that carries planetary consequence. He insisted that this is the hidden responsibility of the awakened soul. Once you know that the subconscious accepts impressions and expresses them, you can no longer dismiss your whispers as trivial or your thoughts as inconsequential. Every impression is creative, every thought is a seed, every feeling is a decree. And when multiplied by millions, these decrees shape the direction of history. Wars, depressions, epidemics, all are but the outer harvest of seeds sown in the collective subconscious through fear, hatred, and despair. Likewise, peace, prosperity, renewal, and harmony will be the inevitable harvest when enough individuals begin sowing seeds of love, abundance, and faith. Murphy envisioned nothing less than a spiritual renaissance, birthed not in cathedrals or parliaments, but in the quiet bedrooms of men and women whispering truth before sleep. Picture this vision. Millions lying down across the globe, not muttering anxieties or replaying resentments, but whispering in unison words of life. A mother in one city says softly, "My children are blessed. Love surrounds them." A businessman in another whispers, "Divine supply flows to me and through me for the blessing of many." A sick man breathes, "Every cell in me responds to the light of God." A student affirms, "I am guided into wisdom and success." Though oceans apart, their whispers converge in the one subconscious of humanity, forming a tide of faith that sweeps away centuries of fear. This is the unseen revolution, the gentle yet irresistible rewriting of the collective code, one whisper at a time. Murphy would close with a promise rooted in eternal law, that no one who practices this faithfully can remain unchanged, and no society filled with such practitioners can remain untransformed. For the subconscious is not selective, it is law. It must express what is impressed. And when humanity chooses to impress harmony, wholeness, love, and abundance, the world must by law reflect those conditions. This is the new earth spoken of by prophets, not delivered from outside, but birthed from within, not imposed by decree, but manifested through faith. The whisper before sleep becomes the seed of tomorrow's civilization, the architecture of a destiny, not of bondage, but of freedom, not of decay, but of renewal. So the final invitation is this: do not underestimate the power of your nightly whisper. Speak it as though the world itself depends on it, for in truth it does.
Whisper as though your words are the leaven that will raise the whole loaf of humanity, for indeed they are.
Whisper not only for your own healing, but for the healing of nations, not only for your own prosperity, but for the circulation of wealth across the globe, not only for your own peace, but for the peace of the earth. And as you do, know that you are participating in the greatest work of all, the rewriting of humanity's spiritual DNA, the restoration of the divine blueprint for the race, the unfolding of a future radiant with the light of God.